For today, I am thinking of talking about the history of the grimoire tradition, looking at the things that went into it, what makes a grimoire, the materia magica, charms, and divination. Because although grimoires are most famous for conjuration, if you look at them as a whole, the other two big themes in there are charms and divination. There's about 36 different forms of divination found amongst the different grimoires. And tomorrow we'll be looking at individual grimoires of particular note. If people have requests on particular ones, I can talk on those. Spirits and tools and the conjuration process from the initial planning through to the consequences afterwards. Looking at the period of the grimoires, really we're talking from about the 12th century through to modern times. And for a lot of people, there is a tendency to apply modern perspectives to the grimoires. So of course, obviously, the further back in time we go, the more different things are socially and culturally. Be mindful of the fact that in the medieval period and the Renaissance, life was generally very tough. Most people did not move very far from where they lived unless they were sort of moneyed or in the sort of higher classes. And so life was hard going. There was a lot of use of animal sacrifice and animal parts in some of the grimoires. That was an accepted part of life. Obviously today, culturally, these things are not seen in the same way, but that for that reason, they do occur a lot in the grimoires. There is a lot of talk about substitution of some things, which can be done in some instances, but at times with blood and other things, it can be necessary. Although I would immediately put in the caveat of never offering your blood to a spirit. You do not want to give them that sort of power over you. And of course, in the past, literacy was a rare thing. It was not common in the way that it is today. So the spoken word was the norm. The written word had a lot of power attached to it. So written charms were a big thing. And of course, witchcraft was not seen as being something friendly. It's not like modern Wicca. In the past, witchcraft was generally perceived as being a malefic thing. And so in the grimoires, we do see magic that is specifically anti-witch, particularly in grimoires owned by cunning folk. And also by the same light, nature was not seen as friendly. Nature was often something you had to propitiate or work with. You did not have this nice green ideals because the technology was not there in the same way, and man did not have the same ways of dealing with nature or working with nature. And unseen forces had a strong influence on the world. This is a key thing. Spirits were much more accepted as a part of life, all different sorts of spirits. We'll go into different types more tomorrow, but this was an accepted part of the way things were. When we look at grimoires and what actually makes up a grimoire, and there's usually a spirit list or spirit catalogue. I separate these in the sense that a spirit catalogue is generally where you actually have descriptions of the spirits rather than just a list of names or names with qualities. So it gives you a bit more information in a spirit catalogue. The best known example of that is the Goetia, where you have clear gateway images of how the spirits have been described as appearing in the past. Conjurations and prayers, a kind of integral part of conjuration is the prayers, the invocations, etc. The creation of a magic circle. Most grimoires will have at least one magic circle in them. The tools that you use, which range, that as time goes by and we get closer to modern times, that often simplifies down. The more modern grimoires from around the 18th century, particularly the so-called French black magic grimoires, are a lot simpler in structure than the older ones from 12th, 13th century, things like the Swan Book of Honorius, is not to say that they're less effective, but in a sense there's been, I don't necessarily evolution, but a change in the emphasis and in how the magic is done as societies become less religious and people have, things like literature have started to spread, and magic becomes no longer the domain of those who can afford it. It becomes much more the domain of those who want to practice it. Consecration and purification instructions, also common in various grimoires. Consecration of the equipment of the individuals practicing, the things, purification you need to go through beforehand, and then miscellaneous stuff. That's things like the charms, the forms of divination, astrological correspondences. All those are often in there. And so those are generally the things that you'll find in a book that we would call a grimoire. Charms are usually divided into amulets and talismans. Amulets are usually considered protective, talismans are usually attractive. So I divide those into two categories, as you can see, acquisitive and protective. The charms that are acquisitive usually for things like good harvest, good fortune and luck, success in gambling, acquiring knowledge, locating stolen items or thieves or reacquiring them, to acquire love or sex, to acquire success, wealth, particularly treasure. There's a lot of stuff in grimoires regarding trying to locate treasure. That's particularly common in the later German grimoires. We see it in some of the English grimoires, and also very big in the Cyprianic grimoires. And protective is the other big category, from attack, protecting health, protecting pregnancy is a big thing, protection while traveling, protecting crops and livestock, protecting from malefica, i.e. sort of evil sorcery or witchcraft, from spirits that were considered negative or evil, protection from misfortune, and protection from extremes of weather. We'll go into charms a bit more later, but like I say, without those extra couple of hours that I thought I had, I'm just having to jump in and run with it. So when we look at the roots of the grimoires, there's three main areas really, which is the Jewish, the Arabic, and the Greco-Egyptian. The Jewish texts, Sefer Yetzirah doesn't really have that big an influence into the grimoire tradition, but I've included it here because it's the first Kabbalistic book, and it starts the tradition of Kabbalah, and Kabbalah does influence the grimoire tradition. So we're seeing like that formation, the beginning of that tradition around about the 2nd century CE. The Testament of Solomon, 2nd to 3rd century CE. Some people have called it a proto-grimoire, but I would argue and say it's actually more of a spirit catalogue, in that it tells a story and it lists a whole load of spirits with their controlling angels, bringing this idea of having an angel that can control a demon. I know this is unpopular with some people today, but this is something that has been present in various works in the grimoire tradition, and we see it kind of its roots here in the Testament of Solomon. Then we have Sefer Harazim, the Book of the Mysteries. This, I would argue, is actually like the proto-grimoire, the first grimoire. Sefer Harazim is a hugely important work, and in it we really get the angels as they were seen again before they became, if you like, dumbed down or made nicer. They are much fierce and more terrifying beings who are called on for a whole range of things which are more like what you see in the grimoires. They are not sweetness and light. They are there to do whatever tasks they are called upon, in much the same way as we then later on see demons. I have long argued that I think Sefer Harazim has an influence into the grimoire tradition, and this has sort of recently been actually proved in that there are elements from Sefer Harazim in Summa Sacra Magicae, a hugely important text which, when it's translated from the 800 pages of hard to translate Latin and made available, is going to have a huge effect on the grimoire world. It combines various works like the Sworn Book of Honorius and quite a few others into a text which is a working text. It is a massive volume and it has an awful lot of interesting material that's going to shake things up a lot, but there are elements from Sefer Harazim within it. So we're seeing material from the 4th century CE Jewish magic turning up in the 14th century, because 1346 is the date, if I remember correctly, for Summa Sacra Magicae being written. There's another one that's not here because I didn't have a chance to add it, but another interesting text, Shir Koma, which means the measure of the body, which was sort of like a heretical, macabre stroke Kabbalistic text, which describes the body of God and the measurements of the body, like how big each finger, each arm, each leg, etc., every part of the body of God, how big it was, which of course was not an acceptable process within Judaism, because if God is the absolute, he should not have this limitation of measure placed on him. It's an interesting work in that it's also part of the macabre tradition of mysticism, which was about ascending through the 7 heavens to get into the presence of God. And in that, again, kind of seeing roots of the grimoire tradition, the macabre rider, as they were called, would ascend through the heavens, and there were pairs of angels at each gate, and they had to have protective amulets made to show to the angels, or the angels would, at best, beat the hell out of them. At worst, the Kabbalistic stories of people attempting this do not have a high success rate. In the Bahir, there is a conversation between some rabbis where 4 rabbis attempted to do the macabre rising into the presence of God. 1 died, 1 went mad, 1 bottled out, and the 4th one made it. So, and they were rabbis. So that gives an idea that the macabre tradition is quite a hardcore tradition. I mention it because, again, Summa Sacra Magicae has an interesting element. It has material drawn from Shir Koma, and apart from describing the measure of the body of God, it also gives divine names to all the parts of the body of God. And in Summa Sacra Magicae, the clothing worn by the magician, the trousers, the shirt, the robe, etc., have divine names corresponding to those from Shir Koma on the appropriate parts of the body. So the magician performing the conjuration is literally identifying with God by having those divine names that correspond to the body of God all over their body. We then have the Sword of Moses, another curious text. It's a magical text full of sort of, again, charm spells, doing nasty things to people, protection, etc. The sword itself is a long string of Hebrew that's largely unintelligible, and what we would call nomina barbara or vocis magicae, like magical words that seem to have a power in their pronunciation, but we're not necessarily clear on what the meanings are. Barbarous words is a popular name used now. And the Sword of Moses describes different ways to use this string of words, the sword, or parts of it, to achieve different magical effects. Then moving up to the 10th century, we have Sefer Shemush Tehillim, which is a Jewish text about the Psalms. The Psalms turn up a lot in the grimoires, 150 of them, and in this work there are charms for different magical effects with each of the 150 psalms. We see this again later in the Book of Gold, where we have some similarity. It was obviously an influence on it, but a lot of different charms as well for getting simpler effects. And of course, the psalms are used a lot in things like the creation of the magic circle, on Solomonic pentacles, and in other places. So the Psalms are a significant influence in the Grimoires. And of course, the Psalms themselves, we're looking back to the period from the 10th to the 6th century BCE, which is when the Old Testament was put together. There were 4 main texts which were put together and merged let me get this right, we've got the Yahweh, Deuteronomistic, priestly, and Elohim, or JD&E texts at that time, which got merged, different versions of text, until by about the 6th century BCE, what then became a sort of standard Hebrew, which we have as the Old Testament, was in a form that was more recognizable to what we have today. So that element, for example, of the Grimoires, we can see going back to at least the 6th century BCE. And then something else that's not really talked about in the Grimoires, because it's still in the infancy of its development, is the Chirogonizer, which is a huge quantity of materials, Jewish materials, that were sort of buried away literally in chambers and places, and have since been uncovered. And they're not just magical material, they're a whole range of things, but there are a lot of magical bits and pieces in it. Often they're fragments. There's a huge amount of fragments. It's in the hundreds of thousands. So you can imagine that's an ongoing job that's going to take a long time to go through. So that is the Jewish texts. I'm just going to pause the share for a sec. Okay. Just want to make sure that while I'm doing the share, I can't see if there's questions up. So we move on to the Greek, Egyptian, Latin texts. This brings in 2 elements, which again have not really been explored that much for their influence into the Grimoires, but which we see a lot of, which is lapidaries, or books on the virtues of stones, and herbals, talking about the medicinal and mythical qualities of different plants. I will talk a little bit more about this later, but for now I'm just sort of giving the overview stage, as it were. So again, going through from the earliest times through, if we look in the 2nd century BCE, we have the Virtibus lapidum, which is an early Greco-Egyptian lapidary, which would influence subsequent later ones. Then we get to the Greek magical papyri, which in the last 20 years has had a huge renaissance of interest. Fascinating mixture of material, of charms, conjurations, and all sorts, written by a number of authors, largely in Greek, also in Coptic, which mixes material from Greek, Egyptian, Gnostic, Babylonian, Mithraic, Christian, there's Jewish, there's a whole mixture of stuff in there. It really is sort of like sorcerer's workbook type material in the Greek magical papyri, which makes it an immensely valuable tool for looking at the sort of practices that were done by magicians and by sorcerers in that time frame, and also seeing where a lot of later material continued practices, for example, divination, or having a spirit home in a skull, we find in the Greek magical papyri, and that will turn up later on in the Grimoires. Then we have De Materia Medica, which big work by Dioscorides on plants and stones. Again, kind of laying the groundwork, as did Pliny with Historia Naturalis. Huge work, 1 volume of it on the stones, which added to this, the Chironides, again, these magical attributions. And then I thrown in the London Leyden Papyrus because it's Egyptian, it's Demotic Egyptian, and it's actually been published by itself, but it's also part of the Greek Magical Papyri, or PGM, which a lot of people don't realize, that if you have a copy of the PGM, that contains within it the London Leyden Papyrus, and that's bringing more of a focus onto the Egyptian magical practices. And again, there's interesting elements there, like we see the element of a feast for the gods, which we then see later on in the grimoires as the spirit feast. Another work that has not received that much attention, but I predict will receive more in coming times, is Supplementum Magicum. This is material that is from the same time period as Greek magical papyri and covering the same sort of material, but when the Greek magical papyri were put together by Betts, it said that he deliberately left out a lot of the more Christian material, and that is found in Supplementum Magicum, which is interesting because we see that early Christian magic and how much of a synergy there was with that and the other practices that were going on in Greek magic, in Egyptian magic, Coptic magic, and how these things all tend to influence each other. You know, no magical tradition, unless it's on some island in the Pacific or somewhere, acts in isolation. So there is always cross-fertilization with other traditions. And this is particularly true in the grimoires, and it's important to remember. But whilst they will be colored by the religion of the time, there is a saying, magic takes on the religion of its age. Nonetheless, those roots are found in a different religious context from the past, but it gets changed and it continues to be influenced by what's around it. I just mentioned the Coptic magical papyri again, very interesting, then moving more into more angelic magic. Another herbal, the Platonic herbal, the celestial hierarchies. This is an interesting and significant moment as well in the late 5th century. Pseudo-Dionysius the Areopagite. This is the first place where we see angel hierarchies, the 9 orders of angels. It's the first time they're documented as a coherent grouping. And so from that perspective, we have, you know, that which we will see again and again later in the grimoires, finding its roots in what essentially Christian Neoplatonism. And we're moving jumping forward a bit then to Michael Psellos, who is in Byzantium, and his work on the operation of daemons, which is discusses the nature of different sorts of daemons from the classical world. He also translated things like the Chaldean oracles, and you know, his work is very interesting because it's in that crossover period, and also there's the influence of West and East, and from the point of view of like the Arabic world coming in. So it's a very interesting text to look at. And then the De Lapidibus of Marbodius, another lapidary which was written in verse, describing the qualities of various stones, and those are found commonly in the grimoires. That is one of the big ones that we see influencing into the grimoires. Arab texts. In the mid to late 9th century, we have the De Imaginibus, which was a work on planetary image magic. The original was lost, and Fibit ibn Qura, who wrote a lot of different texts, but there were translations later done. There were 2 translations, which are Liber Prestigiorum by Adelard of Bath and the De Imaginibus of John of Seville. I'll come back to this shortly. The Goetia al-Hakim, or Picatrix, from the 10th century, which again influenced into the grimoires, though not as much as some people claim. You could say it's the first place where we really see the mansions of the moon coming in, but the mansions of the moon was not an Arabic idea. The Arabs got it from the Greeks, who in turn got it from India. So if we go back to BC India, we have the mansions of the moon there, and that comes through India, Greece, Arabic, into Western grimoires. And at the end, I also threw in Liber de Compositione Alchemy, because it's the first alchemical work, and it's coming from the Arab world. It's the first alchemical work in Europe. So again, we're seeing a bit more of that Arab influence. Not that much of a crossover from alchemy into the grimoires. Occasionally you find references to things like the Philosopher's Stone, but the techniques given are very simple compared to the immense complexities that we find in alchemical texts. Okay, as I was sort of saying earlier, yeah, the materia magica, plant, incense, and stone use are all significant elements that recur again and again. But when we start looking at them across the grimoires, we see quite how important they are and see what recurs. And if you are going to practice, what are the things that you are most going to want to get your hands on? My friend Erzsébet, who runs Hadean Press and will be publishing the Grimoire Encyclopaedia later in the year, came up with a quote at the top I love, which the spirits summon us as much as we call on them, or we contact them. So this is very true. When you start doing spirit work, you've got to expect a degree of push and pull. It's not just going to be a result of what happens in the magic circle. That is something to be aware of. And I will go more into spirits tomorrow. For now, you can see what I'm saying there on the screen. You know, there's a big thing of compulsion in some of the grimoires of forcing spirits to do your will versus working with them in a more symbiotic way. That is something which there's a lot of argument today about, because again, we have a very different world socially where the idea of compulsion is more distasteful to people than it would have been in the past. And so people often prefer to look for a model that's more cooperative. And that cooperation occurs in the grimoires as well and in the ancient texts, but so does the compulsion. I personally veer more towards the cooperation side of things. I've not actually had to use things like the curses in the Goetia when I've worked with the spirits, because I've generally found they've, you know, turned up and held up their part of the bargain, and I'm very happy about that. I'm not really keen on the idea of trying to force like that. That whole power over it usually comes unstuck in my experience of what I've seen with other people. We'll come back a bit more to some of this over the time. The considerations when you are doing Grimoire, this is a very simplified version. There'll be a more complicated or complete thing of that when we go through it tomorrow. But one thing to consider is when you are doing stuff, whether you actually need to do a conjuration. Conjuration is usually for a major task. And you don't necessarily need to always be thinking, I've got to call up an angel or a demon or what have you for this, which is why a lot of the grimoires have these simple charms and spells in. In ancient Egypt, there's a quote that Ra, the sun god, gave Heka, magic, to man to ward off the arrows of fate. And from that perspective, things for day-to-day living, for general health, for making life more tolerable, there are often much simpler spells and things which then get included in the grimoires, requiring simple ingredients, not necessarily needing any conjuration, not needing lots of complex preparation. That's often known as the Book of Secrets tradition, because there's a whole body of works like which focus on that as well, running parallel to the grimoires and intertwined with the grimoires. And that is an important point. If you are going to do a conjuration, why do you need to do that conjuration? Is it something of sufficient magnitude that you need to do a conjuration for it? If not, it may be something that simple charms and things can do for you much more, for much less effort, for an equally successful result. And I think this is why, as I said, you'll often find at the end of grimoires sections of these like simple spells to achieve effects. The conditions, again, we'll talk more about that tomorrow, and consecrations. Materia magica are all the different bits and pieces generally considered to be the things which are, what's it looking for? We're having a brain fog. The bits and pieces which aren't going to, not like tools, for example, they're things which may get destroyed in the process. They're impermanent, that was the word I was looking for. Things like your wax, your water, your blood, your bits of plants, etc. Those are the materia magica, and again, hugely spread throughout the grimoires, but until recently not really been considered that much for their importance of their own right. Protections, obviously, if you are working with spirits, even if you're trying to be cooperative, you do have to take precautions, and so things like pentacles, phylacteries, which are usually written charms that would be bound around the arm, magical rings. There's a lot of magical rings in the grimoires. There's whole grimoires on magical rings I didn't even know about a year or two until I started doing the research that I've since uncovered, and that is quite a popular theme. So that's something else we'll delve into a bit more tomorrow. I've already mentioned spirit lists and catalogues and the tools. Swords, black-handled knives, wands, etc. A lot of the grimoires have them, but they're not always essential. And when we look at the tools, we'll go into more depth with that. The one thing I would say is, if you're going to work that's what we're going to come back to later. I'll pause that one for now. If you are going to work with grimoires, working in a particular grimoire, see what tools are required for it. I'm all in favor of having, of adapting systems, but only when you are familiar with and fluid with a system. You need to understand the mechanics of a system and be competent before you start making changes. If you assume those things are usually there for, a good reason, then when you are familiar with a system, you can then start to make changes. For example, there are elements I have added in as fairly general things that I'm going to share tomorrow, which I think contribute to this, a greater likelihood of success when you are doing conjuration. And that is based on, having been doing conjurations for the last 38 years. My first conjuration was when I was 18 in the first magical lodge. And I've seen successful conjurations with all the paraphernalia, and I've also done magical conjurations with minimal paraphernalia. But when you are familiar with a system, like I say, you can generally take it down to the bare roots if you adhere to what I call the principle of magical momentum. Magical momentum is combining as many different factors as possible which add to the likelihood of success of a ritual. So that includes, for example, when you're doing the purification, doing it at appropriate times, using possibly appropriate herbs, oils, etc., wearing, if they are relevant, appropriate colors. It's all the things, but building up a critical mass, if you like, of intent in your momentum to ensure likelihood of success. And the more you contribute to that momentum, the more likely the success. So when you're familiar with the mechanics of a system, you can see what doesn't really contribute to the momentum and can be stripped away, and what are the essentials that you actually need to have there to work with. Which have been translated into English. Okay. I do apologize for the jumping around slightly, but as I say, find a couple of bits to give you a bit more detail on. Okay, so when we look at the grimoires, I would say, I mean, I have listed 100 books which are either grimoires or significant to the grimoire tradition in the forthcoming Grimoire Encyclopaedia. There are more than that, and no doubt in a few years down the road, when I do a second edition, I can imagine there will be 10, 20, 30 more that I will add. But really, from the point of view of practice, we're talking about from the 12th century onwards, for what we know of as the grimoire tradition. There we start to get books like Liber Lunae, the Book of the Moon, we see turning up, 1145, translated from Arabic. We start getting things like the Notary Art, 1225, or the Ars Notoria, which was magical speed learning. We start getting text translated into Castilian then as well, for which we need to look at King Alfonso X, or Alfonso the Wise, who made a very positive contribution to the grimoire tradition. He was king of Castile, Leon, and Galicia from 1252 to 1284, and he encouraged and promoted learning. He had Arabic, Christian, and Jewish scholars in his court, and he sponsored the translation of Arabic, Hebrew, and Latin works into Castilian, which he was trying to establish as the language of higher learning. And he would also, these texts then very quickly got translated into Latin. And in his scriptorium, we then get the first translation into Castilian, and within 2 years into Latin, of the Picatrix. We get Liber Ratio, the Book of Ratio, and all sorts of other works like, pardon my Castilian, Spanish, whatever, Libro de las Formas y las Imágenes, the Book of the Images and Forms, subtitle which are in the heavens. The influence of Spain on the grimoire tradition has kind of been largely ignored in the past until recently now, but people are starting to turn their eyes more to the Iberian Peninsula with the interest in Cyprianic magic, which we'll see Portugal and Spain being very big on Cyprianic material. But the influence of Alfonso in making this material available, which then turns up as some of the earliest of the grimoire books, is obviously hugely significant. And the Summa Sacra Magicae was also written by a Spanish scholar, Ganellas, who, although living in Paris and traveling around, was, did come from Spain and had access to these various books, which he put together in this phenomenal work, which, as I say, is going to be something of a game changer. This also, of course, does draw attention to the fact that royalty and nobility often had a keen interest in magic, particularly if it could gain them wealth or political advantage and other such things. So, it's not uncommon for grimoires to be owned by the rulers of various countries, and in some instances even mentioned in one of the English texts of a conjuration being performed for one of the English kings, etc. So this is coming. People who are at the top of the tree are in a much better position to be able to get away with things as well, because of course, as we move through the Middle Ages, more and more things become considered heretical. So you have to be more and more careful with who knows if you are doing such practices. This also brings in another important thing to consider, which is when you are practicing grimoires, by and large, if you're doing conjuration, it was a group tradition. It was not a solitary practice. You would usually want at least 2 or 3 people to do conjuration. You'd have the person actually doing the conjuration, you would have your seer and possibly also a scribe. The conjurer can also scribe as well, but that's like your preferred working group. And the conditions are commonly described as being outdoors as well, out away from people, crossroads of woods, in ruins, in places like this, where the noise you make, the smell of the incense, etc., is not going to disturb your neighbours. So you're not going to draw unwanted attention to yourself for practicing things which would be considered, inappropriate and could cause imprisonment or even death. I mentioned that with the charms that there was a huge range, and these some of these are simply spoken charms, often like historioli, where it's like a narrative text, which might include figures like Jesus, for example. Something we see this a lot in the Greek or Egyptian stuff as well. Commonly, for example, with Horus having things happen to him and him sort of getting Isis to help him out, like he's got a headache and Isis helps him sort it out, being a common thing for migraine cures, as an example. We see a lot of this with the Psalms as well, where we would have a recitation of particular parts of different Psalms for different effects. When they have ingredients with them, they will often be simple things like different types of water collected from different place, earthenware jars, herbs that you can collect yourself, wax that you could melt into shapes if required. It tends to be simple stuff that was used for these charms. And I do reiterate that if you are practicing the grimoire tradition, don't think that the grimoire tradition is just about doing lots of big conjurations, because the conjurations, to be fair, they are great fun to do. And when you have a successful conjuration, it will transform your worldview the first time you do it. That certainty of the external reality of spirits, that they are not part of some psychological model, as some people sadly try to profess, but have their own independent existence and are entities that you can interact with, kind of changes the way you do magic. And so for that reason, I wholeheartedly encourage people to do conjuration, but there are the other elements to it, like I say, the simple stuff when you don't need it. And there are all the different forms of divination. The divinations, some of the divination practices are of themselves simple forms of conjuration. Quite often, particularly in the older texts, we would see the use of a young 7 or 8 year old child, more commonly a boy, who is considered, pure and innocent, who actually is being the seer for different techniques, like what's called the Princess of the Thumb, where olive oil would be put onto the thumb. Sometimes the thumb would be the thumbnail would be scraped, and then the olive oil put on it, and that would be the reflective surface that he would see the spirit or the demon in, and ask questions to and interact with. But they're also used for their perceived psychism in other forms of divination as well. Again, the world has changed, and getting a 7 or 8 year old child to help with something like that, where you are essentially conjuring a demon onto their thumbnail, is something that's likely to land you in a lot of trouble, certainly if you live in the Western world. And so you need to consider with these things that some of the techniques might work better than others, and some be more appropriate. Some of the divination techniques have a simple required result. They're like, who will be my future spouse, or who stole this from me? But it does bring us to another thing, which, again, I think is important and is not talked about that much, which is doing divination prior to conjuration. And I mean, as part of the initial preparation, doing a divination to determine what are likely to be obstacles or problems that may arise when you do the conjuration, because this can be a good way to, avoid or counteract some of the problems that could potentially come later. Like the cards might indicate, if you did it with tarot, for example, like the example I'm about to give, whether you haven't put enough energy into, or aren't putting enough energy into the purification, or whether there's a likelihood if you're doing outdoors of being disturbed, and other factors like this. Some years back, I used to, on a number of occasions, I did tarot readings for a now departed friend of mine, Joe Lusevsky, who, when some of you may have read his works, he was very big on the Heptameron. That was the one, his grimoire, that was the one he worked. He stuck with it. He didn't really bother with the others. He was just focused on the Heptameron. And he was, when he was doing conjuration, one of the big conjurations from that, he would ask me to do a tarot reading when he first made the decision to do it, and to try and increase the magical momentum of the divination. He would share the details of his plan with me. So I would create the same magic circle that he would be going to use. I would do the divination in the same hour of the same day, from whichever planet it might be. I would do some of the appropriate prayers and things that would work with that particular conjuration. I would burn the appropriate incense. I would have a purificatory period before I did it. So a lot of what I was doing mimicked what you would do for the conjuration. So there was greater sympathy between when I actually did the reading and what was going to be done. So there's already a harmony there, if you like. So if you are going to do conjuration, divination for a conjuration to gain insights beforehand, which I do think is a worthwhile practice, that idea is worth bearing in mind as well, of using some of the same, as many as you want, of, apart from the actual conjuration itself, the ingredients that you would use subsequently in the conjuration to, like I say, build a greater sympathy there, so that you will get a more focused and clear reading of what's to come. Right, before I go into the divination in more depth, has anybody got any questions so far? No? Okay. So, as I said, there are a lot of different forms of divination. So I'm going to race through them. And if there are any that grab people's attention, let me know. Okay, so in a sort of alphabetical order, we start off with electromancy or rooster divination. This is using a rooster in a circle with the letters of the alphabet around the circle and covered with grain, and whichever letters the rooster eats the grain off is your divination. So very simple, comparatively late divination, because it's Grimoire Verum, so we're talking the last couple of centuries. Astraggalomancy or dice divination. Now this is something that's actually quite a bit older than you might think, in that we see this, for example, back in the PGM. Interestingly, in the PGM, the results of the 216 possible rolls that you could have for using 3 dice together are all lines from Homer's Odyssey and Iliad. Now, in the Grimoires, obviously, the Bible is the go-to text that quotes are usually from. But when we go back to ancient Greek and that side of things, we tend to see things like Homer, who was writing back in the 8th century BCE, works like the Odyssey and the Iliad being considered magical texts of their own right and being used in divination, and actually, like lines from them being quoted in charms frequently as well. So, as I said, the idea of like magic taking on the religion of the age. In Greek magic, obviously, there was no Bible around at that point. They were using Homer as their go-to, in the same way as the Bible becomes the go-to of the Grimoires. And we have auguries, which way birds fly, and particularly for how it can influence your business. Basin or bowl divination, often using a copper vessel with rainwater, and frankincense commonly used there. This turns up quite a lot. Basin, glass and kettle divination, where you'll actually use a copper kettle. Olive oil is very common in divination as well. Olives traditionally associated with wisdom, so you can see why that would be. Cartomancy, playing card divination. This is something that comes in later. Again, this is found in the books of St. Cyprian. Cemetery divination, going and doing your stuff in a cemetery, and so from that perspective, you are working with the dead as being your intermediaries. This sort of harks back to ancient Egypt, because in ancient Egypt you have a lot of ancestor veneration, and one of the 3 forms of magic described in ancient Egypt is magic of the dead, Aku. You have Heka magic, you have Aku, and you have Sahu, which is charm magic. But the dead were believed to have more magic than those who lived, so writing letters and putting them in the grave, making offerings, etc., was a common magical practice in ancient Egypt. So this idea of working with the dead, particularly if they're dead kin, dead ancestors, to help, is something that sort of survives through into the Grimoires, although in the Grimoires it becomes more like it can be random dead. It's not necessarily that same association, although obviously if you do work with dead in the family, they have hopefully more of a reason to be helpful. Cleidomancy, key and book divination, with a key inside a book, generally the Bible, and being used to use the Bible itself as your divinatory text. Back in the St. Cyprianic books, we have coffee ground divination. Then the Key of Solomon, you have the divinatory file of Uriel. You get a few which are specific to particular spirits with the divination forms. Uriel, considered in a sense one of the most powerful and positive archangels, so not surprising that we have that for him turning up. Different forms of dream divination. Earth mirror, which is a mirror that gets buried in the earth and is used to detect treasure and hidden things. A bit more to it than that, but I'm just zooming through. Epibectromantia, or water pot divination. There's kind of a crossover where we see like various different vessels having water in them, usually spring water or rain water. What's interesting is that it's commonly what's known in Jewish magic as living water. It's water which has not been stored, and so collecting rainwater or from a spring, and it has to be flowing as well. So from a well doesn't count for living water. These forms of water are used a lot in magic. Hygromantia, water divination, that is, as I say, used a lot in the Grimoires. Mirror divination, quite a lot of that as well. The skull divination, one of my personal favourites. using the human skull as a spirit home, using a crystal. There's like simplified forms which are less complicated than the crystal as the medium for conjuration, lamp divinations, bottle and bowl divination, flame divination, like with a candle, which way the flame goes. I see some questions there, which I will come to in a moment. Specific magic mirrors, which include the mirror of Floron and the mirror of Lilith, and the mirror of Solomon. Oil and papyrus. I mentioned the fingernail divination, or onychomantia, to give it a more formal title. Turns up surprisingly often, that one. Umantia, egg divination, where you use an egg as your basis. Another simple one from the Cyprianic books, rosemary stick divination. Saucer divination. Scapulomancy is a curious one, using the collarbone, usually the collarbone of a ram, or in earlier times of a cow. Sieve and shears divination. Wax simulacrum, making a wax simulacrum or wax figure. Okay, a good place to find resources. When the Grimoire Encyclopaedia comes out, that is going to be crazy for the level of resources, because I'm listing all of the different manuscripts that I've been able to track down for every grimoire. So there are literally many hundreds of manuscripts. I'm giving information on every grimoire and what it's about. There's crazy amounts of appendices, like there's a spirit list of every spirit in every grimoire, which is about 12,000 plus spirits currently, on the different materials, on the crystals, on the herbs, on all the incense recipes, etc., etc. So as a resource, that is going to be hopefully something that everybody's going to want. Is rainwater still considered usable with modern pollution levels? It is still used, but I mean, I see the point here. You might want to go out more into the countryside and collect your rainwater. Dew was considered to have magical properties. So, you know, if you collect that water in the first thing in the morning, that's a good time to do it. And astrology is a form of divination. Yes, there is quite a lot of astrological material spread through the grimoires. The decans are popular. For example, the 36 10-degree divisions of the circles. So 3 decans for each zodiacal sign. Go back again to Egypt and Greece, and each of those has an associated spirit or god. Which texts have been translated into English? The answer there really is, if it's grimoire-wise, nearly everything has no. I mean, the ones that haven't are being. Summa Soca Magicae is not available in English. Somebody did translate it, but she's not. Doesn't seem willing to publish it. She did it as a PhD, but she doesn't seem willing to share it, which is a shame. So I do know other people who are working on translating it. There are more and more things coming out every year. We're now starting to see more Arabic material, like the Shams al-Marif has recently been part published, for example, and more as people are looking to see what isn't available, then things are generally becoming available that weren't. So there aren't many that are no longer. Of the Jewish ones, that most of the Sefer HaRazim, Sword of Moses, there's a book just coming out next month on the Sword of Moses and working with that. I've been sent a pre-copy. It's a well-written sort of practical manual on working with the Sword of Moses. Shir Koma, yes, I mean, the main problem with some of these works is that some of the translations are only available in expensive academic books. And, you know, those ones that start at like £100 and go up, which is a bit of a drag. Right, so no questions on any of the forms of divination? No. Skull divination is my favorite. I just love skulls and human bones, I've got to be honest. Ever since in my sort of first job after getting my first degree, I worked for Oxford Archaeological Unit, and although I was working on the computers, part of the deal was I got to go out on digs, and so I went out and dug up things like Anglo-Saxon cemeteries and stuff, and I think from there I've just always had this fascination with the power of bone. It turns up so much in magic, and has such a instinctive reaction, I think, in people. And the skull was somebody. It was like the seat of their intellect, of their spirit, and so I think it makes an ideal spirit home for a spirit to reside in. There's obviously different objects that you can use as a spirit home, but I like the skull as a spirit home. I mentioned that it is in the PGM. More recent times, it's in the Ars Phytonica, Latin text translated into German, which is available in Frate Atcher's Clavis Goetica. Am I remembering that correctly? Let me just. So I'll just double check I'm giving you the right information. Yeah, Clavis Goetica, Keys to Chthonic Sorcery. He gives the text of the Ars Phytonica in there, as well as the context, giving the information on the stuff from the Greek magical papyri, and looking at sort of development of Goetic practice. But Goetic has a sense of Goes, the ancient sorcery from ancient Greece, not just the text called the Goetia. There's in recent years, again, there's been a big development of interest. Jake Stratton Kent contributed a lot to that with like his classic stuff with Geosophia, and his other works, Encyclopaedia Goetica, looking at those influences of those early Goetic practices and the development into magic and into the grimoires. Frate Atcher's Clavis Goetica is a good addition to the body of work that is developing in that field. I mean, we're kind of in a really good period, as it were, for the grimoires at the moment, because there are a lot of talented magicians and writers putting good material out there for people. So, if it's whatever area or whichever avenue in the grimoires you want to go down, there's a good chance that you are going to find good material there. Right, so let's go back to going back to the charms for a minute. I would like to stress that although you do get a lot of charms that use bits of animals, blood, brains, bones, feathers, body parts, organs, you can usually find things, if you are squeamish and don't want to do that, which I would totally sympathize with, that do not require that. one thing I would say, having put together a 175-page document of Materia Magica as part of the Grimoire Encyclopaedia, is that the Picatrix has more blood and brains stuff in it than nearly all the other grimoires put together. I personally think that whilst it is an interesting text, for practical magic of the grimoires, Picatrix should not be anywhere near the top of the list. If you have not done conjuration before, I would always say the same thing, which is start with the Olympic spirits. The Olympic spirits in the Arbitel, which then are also turned up subsequently in other places, because they tend to be more amenable, the conjuration practices are simple, and unlike almost all other spirits, which are most commonly seen as being airy or fiery, the Olympic spirits are described as being composed of all four elements combined. So they have more of a balanced nature as well. So I would definitely recommend that if you have not done conjuration, don't jump in with something like the Goetia, start with the Arbitel and take it from there. The Joseph Peterson's edition of the Arbitel is the go-to edition to read, and then, as I say, if you do want to, you can start the information in there. I did actually give the practice in my book, Practical Planetary Magic, as well, of how to do Olympic spirit conjuration. It's, as I say, it is simpler. I've done it with groups of people with no experience. I've done it with, I've even done it like with Wiccan Coven, and they had their first experience of conjuration, which had a suitably interesting effect. The Goetia, it's got this huge reputation, but there's so many other texts as well. Maybe we'll look more at that tomorrow. So, Materia Magica. I've said, of all the ingredients that you find, the most common one is blood and brains of animals. But then the next most common things you tend to find are, for example, bread in all sorts of different forms, candles, different herbs, cloth, water, different sorts of water, olive oil, other oils, wine gets used a lot. I mean, water, we're talking in different things. You've got well water, water that women have washed in, stream water, tepid water, water that swallows have bathed in, sea water, running water, water from springs, rainwater, water that's had all those different sorts of ingredients in it. Like, I mean, one charm has water that mole has been cooked in, for goodness sake. Hot water, cold water, holy water, fountain water, clean water often, or just water that's not specified. If water is given as an ingredient and not specified, I generally take it as a default to go with spring water. If you can't gather it yourself, worst case scenario, you can buy spring water. If you're going to do so, it's preferable to buy bottled in glass rather than plastic, in my opinion, so that none of the plastic is leached into the water, but that's just a personal preference. I would like to give you a couple of examples of charms, so if you just excuse me a second, I just want to grab a couple of books. Okay, unfortunately, some of the books I want to grab are not immediately to hand, or I can't see them on the shelf because I have to go through and look more carefully, as had a fire last year and all the books got fire damaged, and I haven't got around to replacing all of them yet because, as you can probably imagine, it's a shed load of books. I was fortunate that some publishers sent me copies of all of the books I owned by them, but that still leaves me with a lot of books that I need to get. Invisibility is a theme that turns up quite a lot in the grimoires, which is interesting, which I tend to take as not being noticed rather than the idea of being completely invisible, like we would now understand. And this ranges from ones where you have a simple conjuration, which does have a simple circle as well. I'm looking at the Key of Solomon, through to quite a popular thing is killing a black cat, putting beans in its eyes, sometimes also in its ears and mouth, and burying it, and then collecting the beans out of it, and one of those beans will have the power to make you invisible when you put it in your mouth. Another version of this has where, again, you kill the black cat and you boil the body until it's just the bones, and you try to put each bone in turn into your mouth until you find the one that when you're looking in the mirror you can't see yourself. That's supposed to be the one that makes you invisible. I think it's important when looking at the grimoires to bear in mind that not every thing in there should be taken as the truth, obviously. Think of the way the internet is now. There's a huge amount of misinformation or material that is not 100% accurate. So with the grimoires, you're not guaranteed that all the charms in there are always going to work, which is why there are certain ones I tend to stick with because the results tend to be. I have found, in reply to the comment about the Olympic spirits and the Arbitel, that yes, you can get those deeper levels of engagement with working from that. It is, I say, by far from the ones I've worked with, and obviously I haven't done conjurations from every grimoire, but out of the ones I have done, the Arbitel conjuration stuff with the Olympic spirits is the simplest, and as I say, for me, they've always been amenable, and other people I know who have worked them have found the same thing. This is another example of where the field is opening up. Going back to Frater Atcher again, he's been doing work on German texts, and there seems to be this aspect of the Olympic spirits going into folk magic over in Germany and being used quite widely there. They do become quite a popular spirits to work with. They turn up in a lot of the grimoires. I will give you an example. They are in the Arbitel, the Key of Solomon, the Grimoire of Arthur Gauntlet, Janua Magica Reservata, the Magical Calendar, Magia Naturalis et Innaturalis, of Angels, Demons and Spirits, the Key of Necromancy, the Grimoire of Armadale, the Pneumatologia Occulta, Clavis Inferni, the 6 and 7 books of Moses, the Secret Grimoire of Turiel, and more recently, Jake Van Kent's Sworn and Secret Grimoire. So as you can see, there are a lot of occurrences of the Olympic spirits. Jake's book, published a few months back, The Sworn and Secret Grimoire, actually focuses on working with the Olympic spirits and setting them in context as well. So that would be that's a sort of like a standalone work. So if you did want to sort of do Grimoire stuff and focus on the Olympic spirits, Sworn and Secret Grimoire is another good work that is worth looking at, because that will take you kind of through the steps of what you need to do. For myself, I tend to go with the Psalm charms, particularly the ones in the Book of Gold, which I was looking for, but unfortunately can't find at this moment, because I found the Psalm charms to be very effective when I've used them. I do them in Latin. I find Latin to be it works for me. One of the things I love about the Psalms is they sound great whether we do them in Latin, Hebrew, English, French. But with Latin, you can sing the Latin, and it has a really nice timbre to it, a really nice quality. And they tend to work pretty quick as well, from what I've seen. I've had one where there was somebody trying to cause strife. I did the charm. I was outdoors, and then while I started it, there were two crows actually started fighting, and then one drove the other one off. And within a day, the person who had been trying to cause trouble stopped trying to cause trouble. So not only did I have a visual sign as I was doing the charm and singing the psalm parts, that it was 7 times, because quite often with the charms you do them a number of repetitions, but it also worked within 24 hours, which was very satisfactory. That is something to bear in mind as well when you do work with spirits, that you need to set timelines on stuff. You can't just say, do this for me, because the spirit might decide to do it in 40 years if you didn't say do it within a month or within 3 months, or whatever it might be. And the aspect of repetition is also important. If you've not done conjuration, be ready to recite things multiple times. It doesn't, a spirit just turning up as soon as you've done one conjuration is not a very common thing. It can take hours, and they don't always appear that clearly, and sometimes they don't turn up. It's not something that has a guaranteed 100% success rate doing conjuration, which is why I apply the principles of magical momentum and trying to have as many factors as possible to increase the likelihood of success when you are doing the conjuration. On which note, I'm going to jump around a bit, and I know I said we were going to talk about conjuration tomorrow, but I'm going to dive into it a little bit today. So a couple of things before we do it. When you read conjurations in texts, you will often see, particularly amongst the divine names, little crosses. Wherever you see a cross, that means make the sign of the cross. That's like a shorthand, which is generally not explained, but is good to know. So it might have, I call on you, your archangels, Michael, Raphael, Gabriel. I say those three because they're quite often together, with the crosses in between. Now, this brings us also into another area, which is to read or to memorize. A lot of the conjurations are long. I know some authors recommend memorizing. Personally, as I've got older, I found it harder to memorize large chunks. Fortunately, a lot of the grimoires are very clear that you read the conjuration. They specifically state that you have the book in your hand, and that you read it. So, and particularly when there's a lot of material that is words that aren't familiar. I mean, I do recommend, as part of the prep, going through and reading through so that there aren't bits that you stumble on, particularly if there's words that are going to trip you up. But one thing that I realized was that if you're holding a book in one hand and a sword in the other, and you've got these bits where you're supposed to be making crosses, how do you deal with that? There's three obvious options. One is you could draw the cross with the sword. That works. You can hold the book and the sword in the same hand and make a cross with the hand. Or you can hold the sword so that the cross, the pommel is up and the cross bar is across, so the sword itself makes the shape of a cross, and actually make a cross with a cross, because the sword with the blade pointing downwards is itself then in the shape of a cross. Any grimoires that take their origins from other religions? Nothing Native American whatsoever, nope. Norse, you do have things like the Galdabroch, which is an Icelandic grimoire from the 16th century, where you have a mixture of Norse with bits of sort of Solomonic and grimoire material. So and you also then have the Scandinavian black books, which are they're kind of like sort of spell books with some conjuration and stuff in them, but with harking a bit more back to the sort of the Norse roots. There's elements of that in there as well. So definitely the Galdabroch and the black books, of which there are dozens, do have some Norse flavor in there. Celtic, no, not really. The grimoires are essentially Christian texts, or Judeo-Christian, from the influence of that in there, but they were being practiced. The grimoires are primarily English, French, German, and Italian are the four big countries that have the most of different grimoires. Then you also have Spain. You get ones turning up in Holland, occasionally places like Czechoslovakia as well. When you get to the Iberian Peninsula with the Scipionic stuff, you also have Portugal, of course. There's Portugal and Spain there, and then moving over to South America. There are elements that are not Christian. There are clearly elements which come from things like the Greek magical papyri. One that would, in a sense, stand out is the Hygromantia, which is sort of like the precursor to the Key of Solomon, which is like Greek. The Hygromantia is interesting because, again, you have a hierarchy in it where every hour of the day for each of the 7 days of the week has a demon, which is 168 planetary hour demons. Each of those also has an angel, and the form of conjuration is that you conjure the planetary god of the day from the Greek pantheon, then you conjure the angel of the hour, and then the demon of the hour. So the Hygromantia has definitely more of that flavor from ancient Greece, in that you would call on Selene for the moon, or Zeus for the Jupiterian, etc. So that does. we were talking about the idea of substitution earlier. I have performed hygromantic conjurations where we used Hecate instead of Selene for the moon, and that worked very well. I mean, Hecate, of all of the old deities, is the one that does turn up a few times in the grimoires. She's mentioned in Scott's Discovery of Witchcraft, where there's a conjuration of spirit of a dead person, and Hecate is called on in that, which makes sense because, of course, in ancient Greece, Hecate ruled over the restless dead. Hecate is one of the deities mentioned in the list in the Book of Oberon, which is essentially a fairy grimoire. And interestingly, more recently, and a German grimoire, which at the beginning of it has a prayer to Hecate. It's a treasure hunting grimoire. And there is, before it gets into the more Christian stuff, there's a prayer to Hecate, which I found quite fascinating. A friend of mine, Steve Savedow, who has done a translation, which hopefully will be out next year, of that particular grimoire. The book of mine, Practical Planetary Magic, is the one that I mentioned, Simone, which has the Olympic spirit stuff in. Yeah, with regard to the grimoires, I would say, you cannot have antipathy to Christianity if you're doing grimoire magic. If you have, a lot of issues with the Christian church is one thing. The Christian church is a power structure. The Christian church is not Christianity. And I think that's an important divide to make. There needs to be, at worst, neutrality, at best, a degree of positivity to that system, because for the last 1500 years, the religion of Europe really has been Christianity. That's where the power is. That's where the magical battery is. That's why the saints have so much power. So comparatively, for successful results, I would say you're much better off going with saints and angels than you are with ancient pagan gods, because the stuff within the Christian framework has hundreds, thousands of years of unbroken worship and energy being put in by a huge number of people, which obviously feeds those spirits. And those spirits of sort of deities from the ancient world have not had much food for a long, long time. Some of them are starting to get fed a bit more now and making their presence more felt, like, for example, Hecate, Morrigan, Isis, to name three of the obvious ones. But yeah, for the grimoires, it is essentially a Christian framework, and that's just a reality that you have to sort of deal with if you want to work grimoire magic. Unless you want to sort of just be, for example, exclusively Norse, in which case you could just go with the stuff that's like in the Galdebrock and the Black Books, but that's more charm and spell work by and large. But that would be possible if Norse was your path, that you could, there are grimoire elements from there that you could work without needing to really be operating particularly within a Christian framework, should that be anybody's preference. The charms, I can't stress it enough, really are like an essential part. I know I keep coming back to it, but that's because I'm trying to stress that when you do grimoire conjurations, it's a big thing. I've seen people write about how they do, like, they conjure like a planetary spirit each day of the week for a week, and I just think that's insane, because the preparation that goes beforehand for conjuration, well, just things like the fasting and the purificatory baths and prayer and stuff that you're doing, I don't see how somebody could have any degree of success because by at some point during that time, they'd have to eat. That just doesn't make sense to me. It just makes me think that people aren't really putting in the required level of magical momentum to have a lot of success, and that they are likely to be fooling themselves. This is also where working in a group is beneficial. If it's just you doing it all, doing the conjuration, doing the scrying, and also recording the results, that's a lot to do, particularly if you're like doing something like Goetia or some of the other things like that. It's a huge amount. And again, I think you have to be careful that not to allow ego delusion to come into it. People have said to me, should they start with grimoires before other magic? And I would say emphatically no. I think it is good to have some grounding in some other practices before you start doing it. For example, things that are simple and just require practice. Basic meditation, meditating every day, improving your powers of visualization, concentration, doing breath work, stuff like this. Doing that sort of foundational work is good for any magical system, in my opinion, as an ongoing thing. I was like doing hours of daily practice every day for years before I did my first conjuration, and I was really glad. And being 100% honest about it, the first time I was present at a conjuration something happened, it freaked me out a bit. I was like, fucking hell. I was 18 and it was like, whoa. But in that freak out was this like light bulb moment of, holy crap, wow. This, when there is certainty, you're no longer requiring on just faith. There's this absolute, this stuff is real, it works, I can make it work, yay. And that is a tremendous step to take. Another hugely beneficial stage for any magical practice, but I think particularly for grimoire work, if you are going to be the seer, is learning to shut off your internal dialogue. That if you learn to do that, then it becomes a simple process to determine if you are having a contact with spirit where it's talking into your head, whether it is in fact an external spirit talking, or whether you are fooling yourself and having a conversation with your ego. So practices that help you to shut off the internal dialogue, I think, are tremendously valuable for grimoire practice as well. I was kind of fortunate after like 7 years of 2 hours of practice every day. I shut off my internal dialogue successfully to the point that I could then turn it off whenever I wanted, and in fact have left it turned off for the last 35 years, so that I have silence in my head at all times unless there's something I specifically want to talk to myself about, which is a great state for to be in for magical work. So I really would encourage doing meditational work to help get to that state where you can shut off the internal dialogue. It's very easy for delusion to creep in when you're doing work with spirits. A lot of spirits are quite mischievous by nature, and will be only too happy to lead you down the garden path, as it were. So being able to know whether it is you or a spirit, if you are the seer, because that's something else that I think is a very important point to bring up. The image that's wonderful and impressive of grimoire magic that people might like to think of is like standing in the circle with the sword, and you've got a triangle, and you've got incense censers burning, and this spirit forms in the incense. That's not actually the norm, and that's also not the ideal way to do it. Incense spreads in the air, And if that is forming the body of the spirit, then you have the question of whether you then learn how well you created your magic circle as to whether any of that air move containing the spirit would come into your circle, in which case you no longer have that protection. But the most common form for myself and others that I know is using a crystal ball or a mirror as the interface between you and the spirit, and there then being a communication between the seer through that medium of the ball or mirror and the spirit who is using it as a gateway. So whilst it's a wonderful image to think of all these spirits appearing, actual visible manifestation is not a very common phenomenon. Not to say it doesn't happen. I have seen it happen a couple of times. I mentioned the hygromantia thing earlier. I did that when I was younger, and to be honest, I was grandstanding a bit. I was working with some people who were like Wiccan initiates of mine, and we were outdoors and we had a fire, and I conjured the demon of the hour into the fire, and the fire then made a visibly human shape, which freaked the crap out of them, and it answered the questions that we had prepared that we wanted to ask, and went. But that was, I think, the last time that I let my ego overtake me when doing conjuration, because at that point I thought that was really grandstanding and a bit stupid and could have gone so wrong. It is important to remember that you are doing magic that potentially can go south very quickly. You do not want to add to the likelihood of things going wrong by letting your ego get in the way of it, whether it be through ego dialogue or by doing something stupid like I just described to you that I did on that instance, which fortunately did not go wrong, but could have done. This is one of the reasons why a lot of grimoires have, as part of the preparatory purification, the confession. This is something that I know a lot of people balk at and don't like, this whole thing of having to confess your sins and say how worthless you are, etc., etc. The point of the confession is to remind you to be humble and not let your ego get the upper hand. I often describe the ego as being like sort of a child that's just had the first hormones of puberty hitting it. The ego is one. And the point of the practices I talked about earlier, like your meditation, your concentration, visualization, all those basic foundation things, are to help you to train your ego, to help it mature so that your ego can become useful rather than work against you. So from that perspective, do some basic magical. If you've already done basic magical stuff, you're familiar with a system, another system, what have you, then by all means, jump in and start doing the grimoire stuff if you haven't already. If you have started doing it and any of the things I'm saying make you think, maybe I should work on that, then yeah, do. It's not going to go away. It's still going to be there. You don't need to rush it. I mean, conjuration wise, when I was younger, I used to do conjuration a lot. Now, I probably, a couple of times a year might do conjurations if I've got specific reasons for things. But that's because my practices because grimoire work is essentially spirit work. I have my own personal spirits I work with a lot. So I don't need to necessarily do big conjurations to get results I want when I've got spirits who I have pacts with who will get me those things. Help me get those answers or get to that point I need to be. So it's important to bear in mind that with conjuration, it can also be part of a process of developing a relationship with a spirit, and then you do not necessarily need to, after a while, go through the full process to work with that spirit and get those, results. It's very much a case of seeing where the path takes you, but don't not to do it for the sake of it. And from that perspective as well, I mentioned about asking the questions we had prepared. If you are doing conjuration, obviously you're going to want to ask a spirit things. Make sure you have a precisely worded, unambiguous list of questions that you can ask, so that there isn't wiggle room in the answers. Because another thing that can happen is if spirits do become quite communicative, they can be very good at distracting you or throwing you off from what you meant to ask. So that's why you really need to have a prepared list beforehand of the things that you want to know. From personal experience, I have found Olympic spirits to be helpful. I have found demons to be helpful. I have found angels to be the ones that will only do the bare bones of what you ask them. Other people might have different experiences, but for me, in some ways, I've actually found the angels to be the least helpful when doing conjuration, which you might find surprising, but that has been my personal experience. Again, I'll give an example. I once did a conjuration of the Archangel Gabriel. I've not done a lot of Archangel conjurations just because I don't really feel the need, and also they are quite famous for like sending minions rather than coming themselves, like they're a bit above it. But working on the principle of magical momentum, when I was living in Wales at the time, there was a church that was not locked at night, that was associated particularly with water, had a holy well and things. So I went and did the conjuration in the night. It was also high church, so they burnt incense in there, so I hoped they wouldn't notice the smell. And I did the conjuration of Gabriel and asked the questions, and my seer got the answers, and they were exactly right, but he only gave me the bare bones. I was after a particular manuscript, in case you wondered. I wanted to know, where is this manuscript? And I was told, it's in this library. And I said, I've already looked in this library. It's been mislabeled, you need to look here instead. Went back to that library, and sure enough, the manuscript was there. It had been mislabeled exactly as Gabriel said, and I found it, but it only gave these like boom, 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 terse replies, whereas demons tend to be a lot more chatty, which can be fun, but like I say, they can also kind of lead you away from the purpose of what you're having. That's why a lot of the conjurations are written like legal documents, with that precise language. It is, setting clear boundaries of engagement with the spirit, which is actually to the benefits of both sides. Because generally a spirit is going to turn up if it thinks that it can get something from it as well. Generally it's not stuff that's being done for free. You're doing something for them, they do something for you. And that can often be in the form of offerings. I've already said, do not use your own blood, but other things can be offered. And of the things that are being offered, of course, incense is one of the big classic things. All spirits love nice smells and do not like unpleasant smells. We are going back to ancient Sumer, and there's references to the gods swarming like flies around pleasant incense. The Canaanites had this practice, burning incense in high places for conjuring deities like the goddess Asherah, who is of course the wife of Yahweh, Jehovah, and that creeps into the Bible, and you find the references to like people going, like King David going onto the roof and things to burn incense, and it's like this whole idea of calling the spirits in high places, because most spirits are airy, so they tend to like being in high places. But incense as an offering is a very common theme, and pleasant smells and nasty smells, things like sulfur, asafoetida and stuff are often used, or things like burning old shoes and stuff like that, used to drive them away. That is a common theme. You can buy incense, of course. Personally, I strongly encourage people to make their own. It's not that difficult. The important thing to do is to remember to grind stuff down well, as wherever possible, collect your own herbs and things, make sure they're properly dried. Also bear in mind that if it's less than, usually needs to be at least half resin, or it's going to smell like a bonfire. And you'll notice that in a lot of the recipes in the grimoires are very resin heavy, and that's because they smell nicer. Some of them have ingredients which you really don't want to put in, like animal blood and brains and powdered up minerals, which are obviously there for symbolic value, but possibly not good for the health. And some grimoires, again, we're kind of creeping over into the German stuff here, things like A Most Rare Compendium, go into the area of having psychoactive herbs in there. I personally have never done a conjuration under the influence of any psychoactives or things, and I would not encourage people to do so. Obviously, if you are under the influence of psychoactive or narcotic substances, you may well have spirit visions, but you're also going to be very unfocused and as a result very vulnerable, and I would not encourage it. I have had to, on more than one occasion in my younger days, go and do exorcisms where people have been playing with spirits and drugs. Things like spirits and LSD, for example, not a good mix. Spirits require specific actions or sacrifice to pay. As I say, incense, it can be as simple as incense. Most spirits will take that as an offering. Some spirits have other specified things that they want, which can range from the bizarre, things like burnt bread, to blood of other animals, to offerings of fruits. There's a whole range of things that they might ask for. Need to be aware, of what you are, what you deem acceptable, basically. Where do you draw the line? As I say, for me, the line is I'm not going to use my own blood. For grimoire magic, I'm not going to go around sacrificing animals. Also, from the point of view of offerings, it's worth bearing in mind that if you're going to go and do stuff outdoors, there may already be genius loci or spirits of the place where you think would be a nice place to do magic. If that is the case, it is worth building up a relationship with those spirits first before you start doing conjurations there. Otherwise, they might decide to interfere, shall we say, run disturbance when you're doing a conjuration. Things might start happening because you're there and you haven't asked, and they consider it rude that you're inviting other things into their home without having asked them first. So, if you find a nice site outdoors that you think this is going to be a good place to do stuff, part of your preparation should be building up a relationship with the spirit of that place, so that when it comes to the time that you work there, you can do it knowing that there isn't going to be an interference from that spirit. Right. So, kind of went off a tangent, but relevant stuff there. So, back to doing conjuration. As I've said, it's best to stick with one text at a time and just work within the system presented by that text. Grimoire Verum has become very popular in recent years, again, largely thanks to Jake. Personally, the Key of Solomon is one of my favorites. I've done a lot of Solomonic work from there. I have worked with the Goetia in the past. The 9 keys, Hygromantia. It's finding sort of what appeals to you, what calls to you, really. So for that, you need to, for a start, what sort of spirit do you want to work with? Do you want to work with angels? Do you want to work with demons? Do you want to work with fairies? There's also, some texts where you're working with more elemental spirits. Again, tends to be more the German side of things. Fortunately, in recent years, we're getting a lot more of the German grimoires translated, which is good because they bring a whole sort of different side of things into play that you don't see as much in the sort of English, French, and Italian material. So, yeah, first, I've already recommended the Arbital, but if you do start with the Arbital, it's like looking at where you want to go from there, what sort of thing, which is going to be heavily influenced by what you actually want to achieve. What is your purpose with the conjuration? And looking at the systems, you'll find some require a lot more work in the preparation than others. And it's like, are you willing to put that preparation in? If you are, then great. Because, as I said, for me, I think the preparation contributes a lot to the magical momentum, and the more you put in, the better. I don't think you have to go to the extreme of like forging your own sword. If you're capable of doing that, wonderful. But if not, buying one new and at least maybe engraving it yourself and things and personalizing it is a good thing to do. It's doesn't have to be hugely expensive, but it also is going to require an outlay, for the tools, and so you need to look at what you are going to require, and that is your first step. What are the requirements? Which grimoire, which spirit, what are the requirements? Apart from the tools you need to, what materia magica? It's an old traditional thing that you don't haggle when you buy stuff. You just buy it, you agree a price, you buy it. Haggling is thought to be sort of introduce a negativity to the proceedings, and you don't want to introduce any negativity at all. And of course, once you do have all the stuff, you'll need to consecrate it. Where possible, as I've already said, if you're making incense, anything that you can, like herbs that are going to go into it, you can gather yourself. That's great. There do tend to be guidelines in some grimoires and texts for the best way to gather herbs. Often it's in the morning or under a particular phase of the moon, wearing particular clothing, and that once you picked it, it shouldn't touch the ground. A very good book on that actually is Mastering Herbalism by Paul Hewson, which draws a lot on the grimoires, as did his Mastering Witchcraft. Those are great books to read if you're interested at all in witchcraft, grimoires, magic generally, in my opinion. Paul Hewson did a kind of service with those. Funnily enough, when I was doing the research for the Veritable Key of Solomon, Stephen Skinner and I published some years back at the Wellcome Library, and there was about 20 different manuscripts, and we persuaded them to let us have them all out at the same time. You're only supposed to have 10 manuscripts. Stephen pointed out there was 2 of us, so surely we could have 20. And we put these tables together and had all 20 manuscripts out, and we're going through marking stuff down on spreadsheets of what was in every one. And we noticed with a couple of the manuscripts that the last time they had been seen was 1971. And interestingly, some of the material in them looked very much like things that were mastering herbalism, and mastering witchcraft. And Paul Hewson happened to be in London in 1971, so he was definitely looking at old grimoires for sources for some of the material that went into those 2 books. So that, apart from anything else, and the fact he is a good writer, hopefully will endear them to you. Then you've got to look at the timing. Are there specific days that are stated as being relevant? Often it'll be a particular planetary day of the week. Moon phases are sometimes mentioned. Some books have favourable and unfavourable days of doing magic, which seem quite arbitrary, but it'd be like in March, this day, this day, this day, and this day is good for this day and this day don't do anything. That goes back to ancient Egypt, where the whole calendar of the year listed the days that were good and bad, or very good and very bad for doing any magic on. When you have the place, we do not have the problem any longer that our neighbours are going to report us and the church is going to send people to take us away if we do conjurations. They might call the police if we're being too noisy, but there are not the same social concerns with working indoors. Working indoors obviously does have a lot of benefits. You don't need to go out to the middle of the wilds, take a load of kit, run the risk of being disturbed. It can be, I suppose, more pleasant, which isn't really the point, but doesn't really hurt either. It's also easier with drawing your magic circle. Drawing magic circles outdoors is interesting. More than one grimoire talks about preparing the magic circle beforehand, often on 4 pieces of something like thick vellum, which you would then tie together. So you don't draw your magic circle on the grass, you have it pre-prepared, you put it together and do it on there. So that way it's a surface where it's not going to get disturbed. You can't break the magic circle in the way that it might get broken if it's just like marked with chalk or something on grass. And obviously when you do that, so that's also possibly one of the roots of the whole idea of the magic carpet, because one of the texts, it actually calls it a carpet that you unroll with the magic circle on it. I mean, working outdoors, as I said, within the sort of parameters of having found a location and spoken or established a relationship with the spirits of place, has benefits, particularly, for example, crossroads in woods, things like that, are liminal places which make spirit contact easier. So they're more likely to turn up there than, say, in your spare bedroom or living room. So there are some benefits to working outdoors. It also can add to the excitement, which is not necessarily a bad thing either, of taking all the stuff and going and doing it outdoors. It helps you get in that infused state. When you're doing conjuration, it can get you into quite an ecstatic state, which is rather nice, and to be recommended that you get inflamed by the conjuration. You should not just be like sitting there monotonously reading it. You should really get inflamed, or it's like a wave of fire when you do conjuration. Some texts also talk about the weather and what weather it should be. Usually it wants clear skies. So that can be a bit of a bugger, because if you've got all your timings and everything perfect, it's, this is going to be the right phase of the moon, the right day, everything's good. I've even, looked at the astrology and there's particularly positive astrological aspects. So I'm going to do it then, and then it's a cloudy sky. Do you cancel it? Personally, if everything else is good, I'd say you've got sufficient magical momentum, so no, unless it's going to honk down with rain, in which case that could interfere quite heavily. But I just mentioned it that because in some texts it does say should be clear skies. And obviously for that reason, if they're clear skies, you're not going to get rained on. Another part of the preparation was said the purification, bathing, prayers, confession, and the taboos. I mean, there are in various texts it's mentioned it's not just about fasting, but also that during your purification time, which is usually at least 3 days for spirits, is at least 7 days for angels, that you do not swear, you do not drink alcohol, you do not have tobacco, you do not have meat or fish, you give alms to the poor, all things which are positive and part of the purification. And yeah, it is a very important part of the purification. I did once try an archangelic conjuration with only 3 days of purificatory stuff. He didn't turn up. He sent a minion who told me that he was not impressed, that I didn't put enough effort in. And check and double check. With regard to fasting, just water for several days is hard work. What I found to be very effective is apple juice. I will have apple juice because in this you can keep your blood sugar up. And if it's going to be more than 3 days, I will have a small quantity of food as well, because there's no point in fainting during a conjuration. That's going to kind of be a big fail. You have to be realistic. Anything more than a 3-day fast, then you need to look at, it's good to, what is practical for you. You're still making an effort with it, but you don't want to do it to the point that it's actually going to hinder you. If you are going to work inside, even if there aren't any in the room, make sure all phones are turned off. I would strongly encourage you to also unplug electrical equipment, including things like modem routers, unplug your phones from the wall, unplug everything you can unplug. Some spirits, Uriel is the worst for this, are buggers to when it comes to interfering with electrical stuff. If nothing is plugged in, nothing can be activated, nothing can then be a distraction. Not just from people, with regard to the things like the phone, but also with the spirits doing things to try and distract you. There's an interesting 17th century text in the British Library, which I read, which was like 5 volumes of magical diaries of people performing the 9 celestial key conjurations. And it is like a litany of psychic phenomena. They were doing it then during the days. They've got the maids getting freaked out because the things are being moved, not where they're supposed to be, and doors are slamming and everything, and all this stuff going on. And that's something to bear in mind, that when you do conjuration, you don't always get the spirit you ask for, which is where spirit testing comes in. But sometimes you can get more than the spirit you ask for, in which case other things can be mischievous or distracting, or occasionally malicious. So asperging, sensing, anointing, that's all things like this come in as well. And the prayers, as I said, when you do conjuration, you sometimes have to repeat and go on for hours. Some of the grimoires do actually talk about having stools and things to sit on. Stools or chairs that people actually sit on for the conjuration. So it's recognized that it can be an arduous process. And likewise, there's mention, for example, in William Lilly, the astrologer's biography, where he talks about all these various magicians and cunning folk he knew, that there was one guy who would conjure up demons for money for audiences, and the demons wouldn't turn up or disliked him or would turn up and slag him off because he would be drunk and he wouldn't have bathed, so he'd be unclean to them. As air is the most common form that most spirits seem to take, it stands to reason that they will like pleasant smells, hence the incense, and dislike unpleasant things. So they are very sensitive to smell, so they do not like stale sweat or body odor. That indicates a lack of respect to them. That indicates a lack of hygiene on your part, and is completely unacceptable within grimoire practice. Can evoke to appear. Yes, spirits. I've not known anyone who's consistently always getting spirits physically appear. I know people have good success with the spirits appearing in the crystal. And no, not when the practitioner is alone, because I normally work with at least one or two other people when I'm doing conjuration. I don't tend to do solo conjuration. I do solo work with my personal spirits, but those aren't quite the same. So yeah, I would say that they can also appear completely outside of ritual circumstances once you have, if you make a pact with a spirit, they can turn up at times when you're not expecting them as well. Because once the pact is there, it's like a two-way thing, and from that perspective, they might not just come when you call them. As I mentioned that quote from Elizabeth earlier, they might call you. They might say, excuse me, can you do this, please? And it might be something quite random, like, can you take a bottle of vodka and offer it at this place? I don't know why, but it could be something they ask you to do. It might be that they've done a deal with another spirit and that they are, that's part of the payment for that. Unless you have personal spirits, even if you have a pact with a spirit, don't assume that you are the only person that has a pact with it either. So it may be doing things for other people, not just for you. Pacting is, I suppose, something that we really should pause on here as to what it involves, because the classic idea is the Faustian, Faust sells his soul to the devil, writes his name in blood kind of pact. In the grimoires, when we talk about making a pact, that is not quite what we mean. It's an agreement with a spirit that the spirit will perform certain services for you, and during return will do certain things for it. Usually it's with regard to making offerings. So essentially you are feeding that spirit. But the pact, so I cannot stress enough, not your own blood. when you write it. They sometimes like, there's a lot of different magical inks in the grimoires. I can't remember how many I found, but I've written a whole appendix on it. There's a lot of them. And ones that are red are quite popular. So if you do a written pact, then I do, red is a good card to use for that. And again, that's something that goes back to ancient Egypt, where words of power and divine names of gods and things were often written in red. And we see it in the grimoires, in some grimoires where the names of God and of archangels and things are, or of demons as well. The text is black, but except that is in red. Yeah, so that example, yeah, the spirit is using you to do something that it can't to fulfill a deal, yeah. I wouldn't say it's using you as a servitor, it's, well, I suppose you could say it's that. That's just not the view I would have. I would have that I'm fulfilling my part of the deal. But yeah, it is you. It could be using you to fulfill part of some other deal. So it's, I wouldn't say that it's commanding as much as requesting. In the same way that you request things from the spirit requests things back. Command implies being in charge, and my modus operandi is going for like a more symbiotic thing, where it's like an agreement. I'll do this if you do this. What do you want me to do in exchange for that? Oh, that's a good question. Besides the fatigues and symptoms such as form condition, adverse health or decrease. This kind of brings me to something that was further on in what I was going to talk about, but that's fine. I've not found issues of adverse health or accelerated aging. With the immune system, I think anytime you do fasting, it's good to, after the fasting, make sure that you eat appropriately to make sure that your body, that any levels of things that could have dropped in your body on those sort of vitamin, mineral front, etc., are back at a reasonable level. Most of the people I know who do conjurations actually usually look younger than they are, but they all tend to be people who've come to it from doing other magic and tend to do things like daily practice and things like the meditation, and often will do body work. Like, I mean, for myself, for example, I do Tai Chi every day. People do things like Tai Chi and yoga, or other exercise. So they tend to keep themselves in good shape. And yeah, most of the magicians, like I say, I know who do conjuration look younger, not older. So I've not really noticed accelerated aging. But I think it is important as part of the aftercare for post-conjuration that you do look carefully at what you're eating and drinking, and making sure that you are counteracting any effects that could come from anything that's kind of got leached out of your body during the fasting period. And likewise, fatigue. Why on the fatigue front, you don't just go and do a conjuration and go back to work the next day. You need recovery time, preferably a few days after doing. If you've done a big conjuration, you want a few days after. You also afterwards want to be, well, and in the run-up as well, recording your dreams. Have a recorder or piece of paper and pen next to the bed, so that the moment you wake up, if anything that's in your head gets recorded before you do anything else. Do it while you're on the loo if you're bursting, if you have to, but straight away so you don't lose it, because it's like it can evaporate like the morning dew, and messages and things can come through in the dreams after a conjuration. you know, like if that contact has been established, you know, through the dream world is another way for spirits to get messages to you. So it's important that you do pay attention to that. Like I say, in the run up, because you might get references and things said passed to you with regard to what you're going to do, and then afterwards, you know, from the point of view of the results. So yeah, you do need to be aware of that. But the fatigue element, that's why I think you have to be careful with the fasting, you know, not to push yourself past your limits. You've got really, it's important that you be in a good physical state when you do the conjuration. If you're likely to pass out because you're weak from hunger, you're not likely to have successful conjuration. If you mental fatigue, if you've been doing the purification side of things and prayer and stuff, I've found that helps, that you don't tend to get the mental fatigue in the same way, because you're having that focus, you know, you're focusing and you just keep focusing. So that doesn't tend to be an issue beforehand. It's more the after effects. It can feel like a come down from when for those who have been ever completely out of it on inappropriate substances, that it's like can be like a jarring come down afterwards, where you need to take good care of yourself after a conjuration. Once all the if I'm doing them indoors, once the license to depart and everything has been done afterwards, and make sure everything has been recorded, the first thing I like to do is go and like jump in a bath, you know, suitable, another purificatory bath, and just have a soak, because I found that's a good helping of the body. Because, you know, being around on those occasions where there are manifestations, you know, visible manifestations, it can create a bit of a state of shock in your body. You know, like you get that adrenaline hit followed by with the fight or flight response, which then you sublimate, so your body can go into a bit of like a shock state. From that perspective, it's interesting that there is mention in some texts, you know, about having food and wine in the circle. So that, you know, obviously if somebody is starting to show symptoms from, you know, those things are there available. You know, if you're like, seer looks like they're going to zonk out, give them a bit of something to eat to help make them a bit more grounded. Do not, you know, you have to take care of the people in the ceremony with you when you're doing conjuration. And definitely eat afterwards. Make that one of your first priorities. Eat, bathe. You know, record, then eat and bathe. And so license to depart is a very common thing that we see through the grimoires. Like when you've had your interaction, you then do the license to depart for things to go away. I do know some people who will, you know, add, you know, so like particular prayers on at the end as well as the license to depart, just to give it an extra bit of a push. That can work well. I've known people do stuff like the pentagram ritual. I'm kind of ambivalent on that one. Not because it doesn't clear stuff out of space, because it does, but if you're going to do it, it depends. If you've got personal spirits, or if you've got spirits that live in your home, for example, then you're also kicking them out temporarily at the same time, and that's really rude to those spirits. So, you know, if you're going to, you know, I created a ritual called the License to Remain, which I did before the pentagram ritual, which is specifically for personals and spirits that have right of residency. So if you were going to use something like the pentagram ritual as an extra make sure the place is clean afterwards. I would only do it with something like the license to remain. Are there grimoires where spirits may be dead humans? Yes, absolutely. Go back to the PGM for a minute, the Greek magical papyri. The spirits of like dead heroes and others was a common thing to call on for magical assistance. And there are texts where you call on a spirit to get a dead person to come and give you the answers or do stuff for you. So there are absolutely instances in the grimoires where they are spirits of dead people. It's when I started, I really didn't look at that side of things, but as I've got older and my practices have changed, the ancestral side of my work has become more important to me, and working with the spirits of the dead. It's definitely something that can factor in. And I mean, if you practice in any of the ATRs, the practices like Santeria or Kimbanda or other such systems, then clearly there will be a lot of work with your dead. And there is a high compatibility between the ATRs and grimoire work. There is crossover into some of them from some of the later grimoires, and some of the practices in there are very appropriate for grimoire magic as well in some of those systems. So yes, I didn't really notice it when I started, but then as my practices evolved over the years, I noticed more and more references in different texts to where particular charms or conjurations where there is mention of calling on dead people. And sometimes calling on fairies to get you dead people, because fairies having souls of dead people in their retinues is actually a thing in the Celtic world. Actually, one Celtic thing, going back to was there anything Celtic? So potentially a Celtic influence there with the fairies with the dead. Yeah, so I correct myself on saying there's absolutely nothing Celtic. That could be a Celtic influence. And possibly a little bit of Anglo-Saxon influence in the herbalism side of things as well, because although a lot of the herbalism in the grimoires comes from these Greek sources, the Bald's Leech book, the Lacnunga, and the herbarium, the big Anglo-Saxon stuff from 9th, 10th century, actually covered maybe 2 or 3 times as many herbs for healing as the Greek ones did. So I think there was possibly an influence from those into some of the English texts as well. I mentioned about not expecting it to always work, and I think that is true of conjuration, but that should not put you off either. The pre-divination at the planning stage can help highlight anything that could potentially go wrong and make it more likely to fail. So that is something to remember. But the more you do conjurations, the more likely I found they are to succeed. The more experience you get into it, the more familiar it becomes to you, the more natural, then the more fluid it is. It's like with conjuration. First time you read like a 5-page conjuration, it's going to be a bit stilted. When you've done it a few times, you get with the flow of it. You know, it's like you get used to where to put the emphasis, and you know, it's as with all things, the more practice, the more experience you get, then I think the better you get at doing it, which is why I say go for that entry-level thing of Olympic spirits and then moving on to, you know, other spirits, so that when you do work the stuff that is going to be more demanding or have more requirements to ensure success, then you've got a better idea of what those requirements are going to be, because you already have some familiarity within, like, the Grimoire tradition. As I said, the most common spirits in the Grimoires are the angels and the demons. We do also see fairies. You also get elementals on some occasions, and you also get the spirits of the dead sometimes, and you have the Olympic spirits. But you could also add the Enochian spirits to there as well, which are in, you know, D stuff is kind of in the Grimoire tradition, and there is mention of where they fit in the hierarchies, and you know, there are hierarchies. That's something to bear in mind. Oh, the planetary spirits and intelligences as well, and then we use the generic term spirit, because a lot of spirits, a lot of times it says spirit, it doesn't say this is an angel, this is a demon. It might just be it's a spirit, and in other places it might call it a demon. I think a really important distinction here is that angel, angelos, meant messenger, demon from daimones, intelligence. Angels tend to have very specific fixed functions. An angel does this. Demons tend to have a range of functions or things they can do. So they tend to be more flexible to work with. You call an angel for a specific thing normally. You know, the higher up, then they might have more than one function. But you know, the archangels at the top of the angelic hierarchy tend to be the hardest to contact. You know, with all the will in the world, as I've already mentioned to you, you know, Gabriel 1 went pedal to the metal, really went for it. It was successful. Michael 1 didn't work because I only did 3 days preparation, and that was not enough for him. So, you know, if you're going to work with archangels, it takes a lot of work, and you know, be prepared for, you know, for it not to really tangibly work very well a number of times before you have success, would be my comment there. The orders of angels go down, more likely to have success working with them. They tend to be easier to make a good contact with. The planetary spirits and intelligences that Agrippa talks about, which then turn up a lot through the grimoires, can be, after the Olympic spirits, a good next step. Again, you have this like a hierarchical thing there, where the planetary intelligence is also called the planetary angel, and the planetary spirit is also called the planetary demon. So you would normally you'd have both. You wouldn't just work with the spirit, you'd call the spirit and the intelligence. And the intelligence kind of acts as the focus, if you like, for the energy of the planetary spirit. I would say it's like the spirit's going to do the work, and the intelligence is going to tell the spirit how to do the work. So they can be good to work with. And again, like the Olympics, they tend to require, they're at the sort of the slightly lower, like, you know, your 3-day purification level side of the framework. Demons, again, now you get a whole hierarchy thing here. You have your 3, 4 kings, and you have the 4 kings of the directions, and you have layers of ranks of subordinate demons under there. Commonly, you have either Lucifer, Beelzebub, Satan, which is tends to be more of a Northern Europe, like England, Germany kind of thing, by comparison to Lucifer, Beelzebub, Satan, Astaroth as a 4 rather than a 3 ruling. It tends to be more France and Italy, sort of down more to the Mediterranean. It's not an absolute, but as a rule of thumb, generally in the grimoires, they tend to be what's called the LBS or the LBSA hierarchies. The sort of the rulers who are at the top. Then you'll also get interesting demons who are like sort of messengers, like Skirlin in the Grimoire Encyclopaedia, for example, who kind of is almost like a psychopomp type figure, like a messenger, almost like a demonic Hermes, who sort of operates between the levels. And spirits like that, if you're going more to the sort of demonic side, are usually the ones that you're going to want to be making your relationships with, because they're the ones who kind of give you the access all areas pass, if you like. I know Skirlin particularly, for example, is a very popular Verum spirit for that reason, that he does have that role, that interesting functionary role. So as another sort of guide, like the lower in the hierarchy, the greater the chance of successful contact. As you go up, to ensure successful contact requires more effort, and the demands might get greater. If you're going for like the top of the tree, like your Lucifer or Beelzebub or Satan or Astaroth, then from all the descriptions, they are very powerful spirits. They may well make bigger demands, or demands that you would not want to agree to. So they are not necessarily spirits that you would want to pact with. Not to say that you can't, but it's just to say that's where you have to be super careful. I myself, my first pact was actually with Lucifer, which in my sort of younger, naive days. But I have to say, in fairness, he has always kept his side of the pact and ensured I ended up in a lot of places and times where I needed to be for my development. So, he certainly did and has kept his side of things. If you wanted to work with a spirit who isn't commonly mentioned, I would say if you wanted to work with a spirit that's not commonly mentioned, if you have a familiarity with a system, you could potentially do that, yes, and substitute the aspects in. I'm going to say something now which some people might consider heretical, but this is based on my experience, which is once you have a certain degree of experience, you can create generic grimoire conjuration style, and that is actually kind of what I want to go through a bit more tomorrow, is the things which I think add to the chance of success and are generic, that even though it doesn't specify them, I'm going to do them anyway, because I have found from experience that those things are positive additions. So you can potentially do it, but I think it's good to do it from the point of view of experience. And I also want to stress that you don't need to go around making loads of pacts with different spirits. That's not half of the course. I have known of people who've made loads of different pacts, but it's like, how many of those relationships do you want to actually have? Again, if we look at, I'll take Kimbanda, for example, as a good way to explain this. In Kimbanda, a person will have two personal spirits, their Eshu and their Pompajira, and they'll usually have also working Eshu and Pompajira, and those spirits will do things for them, and if they can't do it, they get another Eshu or Pompajira to do it. So a person would pact with their Eshu or Pompajira, and then everything goes from there, so there isn't the need to make lots of other pacts. In the same way, in the Grimoires, if you're going to pact with a spirit, pact with one that's compatible with your aims, one that's actually there's going to be, if you want to have an ongoing relationship, or specify a period on your pact. This is a pact for a year in which I request that you do this and this and this, and in exchange I do this and this and this. Pacts do not have to be for life. In the Grimoires, pacts are commonly time coded. The Arbitel spirits, the hierarchy, there is a hierarchy that doesn't matter, it's generally, there's a bit of a Kabbalistic-y thing here, in that it's kind of like going down the Sephirot. So, going Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, Moon. But it's considered that the most successful conjurations with Arbitel spirits is going to be with one where the planet is the planet that rules your zodiacal sign. So if you're a Leo, you're going to get the best results with the solar Olympic spirit, which is Och, for example. Not to say you can't get good ones with others, but the sympathy is considered, the strongest sympathy is considered to be towards the Olympic spirit of the planet that rules your zodiacal sign. As I say, I know people, I'm a Leo. I have worked with other Olympic spirits, not just Och, and had results. So that's not a must. That's just something that adds to the magical momentum, that it's more likely to make things positive in the build-up if that connection is already there. With the Olympic spirits, because they are so planetary, obviously you do look at planetary hours and days, and if possible, also do bring the astrology in and look at if they're particularly, good or bad planetary aspects for that planet at the time when you're considering doing the conjuration. I would say that you boost the success chance a lot if you're doing it at a time when that planet is particularly well aspected. So that is definitely something to consider there. And again, I would work with one, well, that's what I did do. I worked with one and did several conjurations, and then a while later I worked with another one. I didn't feel the need to try and work with all 7. I worked with one, that worked well. And then a while later, I thought, okay, I want to do something with this and this, so I'll do that. Okay, examples of grimoires to begin with by spirit categories. Right. Let me pull up my huge grimoire list. If you want to do stuff with angels, the Sworn Book of Honorius, which is also where Citizen Daema, for example, comes from, it's quite complex magic. It requires a lot, the system in the Sworn Book. The Heptameron stroke Lucidarium, also planetary angelic magic. The 9 keys of Dr. Rudd works with, again, archangelic stuff. Those for strictly work, for like having all of the planetary stuff together, I would look at those. Fairies, you really, the main one for the fairies really is the Book of Oberon has a lot of fairy material in, sometimes known as the Fairy Grimoire. They're sort of spread out here and there in other ones, but to actually work with the fairy stuff more coherently, you want the Book of Oberon. Elemental spirits, they're kind of like, they're more like mentioned occasionally in the sort of German texts. There's not really a coherent thing of, there's none that says, right, we're going to do this with all these different elementals. There's one of the German texts actually that it's a bit more heavy on the elements, on the elementals. So I'm just going to try and locate that for you. I mean, demon-wise, well, you've got your goetic spirits for that, but the later French so-called black magic texts, as they're sometimes called, or Bibliothèque Bleue, the Blue Library, because they were covered. They were like these cheap little books done in blue sugar paper on the outside, really spread with the proliferation of reading in France, which really from like 18th century onwards. That's like Grimoire Pope Honorius, Grimoire Verum, Red Dragon. Those of those, I would say probably Grimoire Verum and the earlier Grimoire Pope Honorius. The Red Dragon and the Grand Grimoire, by the way, are the same book. You may see them referred to differently, but as different, but they are actually the same book. I want to say that for the elemental stuff, it's the embodiment of the unnatural magic, but I'll need to double check that, which is an 18th century German grimoire. It's either that or the Book of the Mightiest Spirits, which is another German one. The majority of the grimoires kind of have a bit of a pick and mix, like there'll be some and some, like you get some where it's just like Sworn Book is just all angels. The 9 keys is the angels, it's the 9 archangels. Then you will also get ones where those later French ones tend to be focused on the demons, but then you get quite a few where there's like some angels and some demons and maybe some Olympic spirits thrown in. And the thing to remember quite often is that the people writing down the grimoire would be writing down the stuff that they had worked with, that worked for them. And particularly cunning folks' books, when they have grimoires and when they've put stuff together, you'll often see next to particular charms or spells or conjurations where it'll say probatim est, it is proven, like, or they'll note, I have done this many times successfully. Because obviously with people who were cunning folk, that was their living. they had to have magic that worked or they didn't get paid. So they tended to record the stuff that they found was successful for them. And there's tend to be this mixture of like simpler charms and conjuration. There's actually an interesting example in fairly modern times, 19th century. And there was a conjuration performed for a farmer by a famous cunning man, and he, oh, I'll tell you the story. So this farmer lost his cows. He had like his herd of cows, and he went to John Harris, who was a famous Welsh wizard cunning man, and he said, okay, well, find somewhere to sleep tonight and I'll tell you where they are in the morning. And the farmer went to, saw there was a barn near Harris's house, and he went and settled down in there for the night. Then at midnight, Harris came in and the farm was hiding. He watched Harris drew a magic circle on the floor, and he did a conjuration of this spirit, and the spirit didn't tell him. And he conjured another spirit, and he conjured 7 in all, which is interesting because that makes one wonder or speculate that he might have been conjuring there's a group of 7 fairy spirits that we see in quite a few of the English grimoires, 7 sisters, that he might have been conjuring them. It's not specified who, but that seems a possibility. And one of the spirits, the last one tells him, but one of them before that said to him, there's a fat pig hiding in the barn. And he was clearly referring to the fact that the farmer was there spying on him, which Harris didn't realize at the time. And the last one told him, said, at midday, so like tomorrow they will be on this place. And because they've been stolen. And so the farmer wakes up after Harris finishes up and goes, thinks, oh, I don't need to pay him now because I know where they're going to be. So he rushes back, goes to this place, and sure enough, at midday, the cows are exactly where the spirit said they'd be. And then he starts to try and drive them home, and they won't move. And so he goes back to Harris and said, well, the spirits said where they'd be and they were there, but they won't move. And John Harris is like, yeah, you haven't paid me yet. We agreed that you would pay me and I would tell you where they were. When you pay me, they'll move. And so the farmer paid him, went back, and sure enough, the cows quite happily moved, and he took them home. So there's an example of a cunning man, working with spirits to locate stuff. One of the classic things, locate lost or stolen items, herd of cows in this case, calling on the spirits to find it. So the 7 spirit thing I find really interesting because the story doesn't say who, but I like to think it could have been the 7 sisters, because I don't know who else you would have called in sequence, boom, 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 like that. They're the only ones I can think of that you might do that with. And but then the fact that he's trying to cheat the deal and that they wouldn't move, so he has to actually pay his dues for and then Harris, releases the charm he had put on them to release. And I think that's a great example of, somebody doing conjuring magic, and A, that it's successful, but B, that you have to keep your end of the deal. It doesn't specify what the spirits that he called up wanted for their part of it. He's a fascinating character to look into, actually, as an example of a modern magical practitioner doing spirit work. The stories of his life are quite something. So I would go back to what I was saying about other things, the conjuration, and for my personal practice, and something which I would strongly recommend to people, is the Pentacles of the Key of Solomon, which I have had a lot of success with over the years. The purists will say make them out of the appropriate planetary metals. I found making them on good quality card of the appropriate color, as long as you do the appropriate purification and preparation and stuff and prayers around them, has worked just fine. And I have always tended to have good results with the Pentacles in the Key of Solomon. So for results magic, I've just got a message that my internet connection is unstable. So please message me in the thing if I start to drop out or anything, because that would be annoying. So for getting sort of positive results without conjuration, going for that big spirit conjuration thing, the Pentacles in the Key of Solomon have been one of my big go-to things. I would really strongly encourage using those to get good results. For those anyone who's not familiar, these sort of designs, the Key of Solomon, the drawing up of it is an immensely pleasurable and satisfying thing to do when you've done all the preparation. And there are things that are not mentioned in the grimoires because we can assume that the people doing it didn't feel they needed to be mentioned, or because they're ideas that we're currently adding on. But there are, from that perspective, we should think about what is important and what needs to be added in. For example, when you have a magic circle that you have created, drawn on the floor or has been pre-made on things, pre-made circles obviously are only going to be good for specific things, because there's a big variety of circles for working with different spirits in different grimoires. So the majority of the time, you're probably going to be drawing up your magic circle. This is where having a magical partner who's an artist is really helpful. But after it's been drawn, when you are, before you're doing conjuration, you would, you do go and touch, with the sword. You draw around with the sword on the circle. You touch the divine names, if there are divine names written around in the bands of the circle, because most magic circles will be like one or two bands, like a circle with another circle making a band in between, and maybe another band in between. You touch them and you vibrate the names. If there's crosses, which there commonly are in the magic circle, again, you mark that cross with the point of the sword. You are activating and putting more energy into that magic circle. By doing that, you don't just draw it and leave it be. You have to also put some oomph into it. Something that's mentioned in the Sworn Book, which isn't mentioned anywhere else, and this is one of those things, talking about generic things that I always do and add in, is that in the Sworn Book it talks about when the circle has been done, that you then take your sword and you do 2 circles in the air above And I really like the idea of because the circle is there below, and I really like the idea of the circles being above as well. It gives it a much more three-dimensional feel. So whatever conjurational stuff I'm doing from whichever grimoire, I will always include doing those two circles above, because I like the feeling it creates, and I think that is an important factor as well. It makes me feel more positive about the conjuration having that above. It just feels there's a rightness to it for me. So that is one of those things that I have included that I would always do, whatever the conjuration is, to draw those two circles above. You probably noticed by now that I'm always gesturing with my left hand because I'm left-handed. And as an aside, if it says left, right hand in the things, go usually most right hand, because most people are right-handed, but you can substitute. One place where you can substitute usually is there with preferred hand. So if you're going to be more comfortable with your left hand and you're going to be more comfortable with something in your left hand, have it in your left hand. That is a totally acceptable substitution that is, it's not going to have a negative impact. Okay, questions on the Key of Solomon Pentacle? I'll do part B first. Yeah, the Mavis edition. I work with the pentacles now from the manuscripts that Steve and I put in the Veritable Key of Solomon, and I've found them to be as effective or more effective for me than the ones in the Mavis. I've only worked with those for the last 17 years. I've not used the Mavis ones since I discovered those ones, and I've had more dramatic results using the ones from the Veritable Key than I used to with the Mavis. I don't know if that's because I have more experience and I do things differently, or perhaps better than I used to, but I've had like some quite extreme results from people that I have made pentacles for using the ones from the Veritable Key. For example, one of the protection ones, that somebody walked away from a car crash, that the other person in the car then was badly injured and the people in the other car were all killed. He had the pentacle I'd made for him on, and he was basically unscathed. You could say that's a coincidence. I don't think so. I made, when COVID first hit, I was making pentacles from the Key of Solomon, some of the health pentacles, for family and friends, and sending them to them. So I have found that the other pentacles certainly work as well or better. Do you recommend the more talismans that are synergic with the rituals? I think the talismans that suggest, personally, it's not necessary to engrave them on metal. No, you can do them on card and be just as successful. I have done repeatedly for the last 30 plus years. The spirits will bow to you kind of thing. I actually have a couple of the Solomonic pentacles as tattoos, which were done at specific magical times. And I'm lucky, my partner is a magician and a tattoo artist, so she was able to do them, and we were completely ritual set up. And yeah, I opted for like one of the the one that's protection from evil sorceries and spirits and stuff. So I would veer towards having the protection rather than necessarily all spirits will bow to you. Because again, the all spirits will bow to you kind of one is a bit like moving away from trying to go for a more symbiotic relationship that's mutually beneficial back to that I'm in charge relationship that means that they're less likely to want to do exactly what you want or to see if they can find ways to mess things up for you. I mean, some of those conjurations from the medieval period, they're clearly operating under the compulsion model. It's really clear from the wording. And because of that, the wording is also really specific. You know, I conjure you spirit X that you should appear to me in a fair and pleasant form in this place, and you shall cause no harm to me, nor any person present, nor any other living being, nor cause any damage to this place or to any other place. You know, and they're like really restrictions because of the worry that that compelled spirit is going to play up. Okay, so pentacles are benefits of mundane life, and pentacles are good beings during rituals. Yeah, I have. I mean, in my early days, I did use one of the, I think it's a solar one, if I remember correctly, that makes all spirits terrified of you. And I did find that certainly they listened. They weren't always terribly amenable, but they certainly listened. And that was actually, I think, possibly part of the process that switched me over to wanting to be more, because when I started, when I was in my first magical lodge, they were doing stuff like Goetic stuff, so it wasn't the compulsion side of things. And that was, I suppose, the first model I really worked was compelling the spirits, controlling the spirits. But as the years went by, I kind of moved away from that to it didn't really feel, it jarred, and it had been working, but it jarred. So I suppose my perceptions changed, and I then moved more towards that cooperation model. Funnily enough, one of the things that actually did it was a Quaker poster. I don't know if you've seen it, the Lesson for the Nations, and it's the thing of the two donkeys tied together and two bundles of hay on either side, and first of all then pulling so that neither of them can get to the hay, and then they are both eating one bundle of hay and then eating the other bundle of hay because they cooperated. And something in that, I think, was one of the things that actually triggered me, as random things can do, that my working with spirits might work better cooperatively. And so so I shifted away from that, going for the compulsion side of things. Yes, there is the risk of a backlash with that compulsion model, because once it's done and dusted and they've gone, they might decide that you are now a person of interest who they want to mess with, which is a really good reason not to do the compulsion model, unless you are going to work with, heavy protections. Rudd's model of the Goetia works with the Shemham 4 Archangels as controlling angels for the Goetic spirits. There's been a lot of online discussion recently about this, and some people saying they don't think it's a valid model and they don't like it, which I find kind of ironic, because the whole point of the evolution of magic is trying different things out. Rudd we know he was a magician, probably working in a group of magicians. It's clear from his writing style, from the fact that he changed, for example, conjurations from I and me to we and our, makes it clear he was working in a group. And he was, he made that jump of 72 Shemhamphorash spirits, 72 Greetic spirits. Let's put them together as controlling spirits, which we have seen in earlier things like Hygromantia, Testament of Solomon. It's not a new idea. And it seemed to work for him. I have known people who have dived into Goetia, a couple of young magicians who dived into Goetia and had problems because they weren't ready for it, and the spirits did screw with them. And I suggested actually using the appropriate Shem Hamphorash angel seal that went with that spirit, and it eased away. They stopped having the problems. So to me, I think there is some substance in the Shem Hamphorash and Goetic spirit model. Jumping in without experience in magic and going, well, I'm going to conjure this spirit and then I'm going to tell it, do this or else and all the rest of it, really a bad idea. And the backlash they had was negative. So yes, I do think the compulsion model, because the world has changed, is not a good one. And on the thing of spirit relationships, that's not to say that Goetic spirits were always negative, because they're not. And I did some work with one of the Goetic spirits, and and that was called Conducted and Done, and that was, and then that spirit turned up unexpectedly to inform me that something had been stolen by somebody I knew, and it was something very valuable. It was like a betrayal of trust that they had actually stolen some magical stuff of mine. And so I then did a conjuration and asked that spirit to deal with the person. And yeah, within a day, their house was broken into, all their money was stolen, their passport was stolen. Someone took all the wheels off their car. They lost their job, all in 24 hours. And then I did another thing and gave the spirit the things it had asked for, which were actually quite simple. But that's an example of a spirit turning up that I had a prior relationship with, that had done, I had asked it to do something, it had done something, I had given it the offerings it had requested. I did not consider I still had any relationship with the spirit, but it turned up to tell me that this person had stolen the stuff, and they had. So this is an example, if you work with a spirit, it can, in a sense, linger. There can be, maybe that spirit decided to like me for some reason or another. I mean, it's interesting that that's a spirit that's generally seen as being like a crow, and I've always had a thing with crows. And at the time I had, that wasn't that long actually after I had reared a baby crow that had found and released back into the wild. So maybe I'd scored some brownie points, I don't know. But the ways of spirits are not the ways of people, and that is something to remember. They can just sometimes turn up. That particular spirit, I've known a few people where it's just turned up and they've never even worked with it, but it's just turned up and kind of going, hey, why don't you work with me? And they have done. Incense and food offerings are the two most common for spirits, I found, and alcohol. Some spirits like tobacco. I mean, that's a big ATR thing, so yeah, standard. But yeah, so they seem to be like picking up off the ATR spirits, like, hey, we can get tobacco as well, let's have tobacco. If I'm doing stuff with spirits of the dead, just as a matter of principle, I will always offer silver coins. Well, that's just like as well, but that's just like a symbolic thing, like the whole thing from the Greek underworld, you know, the oboli that went on to pay the ferryman, just in case that, you know, the idea being that if they're restless dead, then maybe that can help them not be restless any longer. So again, silversmith. I don't think the grimoires really have much of a connection to Tantra at all, to be honest. I mean, I've not seen any evidence of any connection. The only connection to Indian stuff, I've seen, okay, Mansions of the Moon coming from India originally is clearly Indian, but not necessarily specifically tantric. And there are a few of the Indian gods are mentioned in De Clancy's Dictionnaire Infernal in the, I want to say 1817. He mentions a few like Kali in there. No. Okay, so a yantra is a symbolic form of a deity, and a mandala is a symbolic form of the universe. A pentacle, or the spirits, I think, said to be seals of a particular spirit. So yeah, I mean, I have looked a bit into like some of the Indian magic and Indian folk magic and using the metals. I mean, they have slightly different attributions, but the attributions are not standard. They've become standardized now. Like everyone's like, okay, so lead is for Saturn and copper is for Venus, and et cetera, et cetera. But there is variation through the grimoires. But I don't think they're at all intertwined. I just think there may be some parallels. I've never seen any evidence that there's, you know, any influence from Tantra at all into the grimoires. You know, literally zero. I don't know of any. And I mean, I've for the Grimoire Encyclopaedia, I've pretty much gone through every grimoire. You know, like I say, you know, there's of the 100 chapters on individual texts, most of those are grimoires, and that covers most of the different grimoires, and there's nothing tantric in any of them whatsoever. Which isn't to say that some of the practices in Tantra, particularly I was talking about, like, you know, things like breath control and concentration and visualization and stuff, wouldn't be useful as part of that foundation before doing grimoire magic, as I was saying earlier. I mean, I myself, you know, did sort of practice tantric stuff for some years when I was younger. You know, my first wife was half Indian and very into tantric stuff, so I did do work with her, which I do think the discipline and control side that comes from tantric practice is something that you can bring into grimoire practice with great efficacy. But it's not, you know, it's not a conventional path, you know, Tantra to grimoires, but nothing wrong with it. Okay, that's an interesting sideline, that. Yeah. If you could find the connection between Tantra and the grimoires, you could probably write a very interesting book on it. The grimoires, until recent times, there was kind of felt that the grimoire period kind of, you know, ended with the Age of Enlightenment. That's, you know, not true. It carried on. It's never really that completely gone away. we just need to enjoy to make the rings of the art. I think you can have them made for you. I mean, magician, it's like I said earlier with the sword, I think it's good to personalize them, and if you can be involved somewhere in the production, that is good. But there's, you can't, if you go off and spend years doing this and years doing that, by the time you've learned the things you need to do to make the tools, you'll be like in your 70s or something, and you won't be necessarily wanting to do loads of conjuration anymore. You'll probably be like a kick-ass blacksmith, gold and silversmith. But yeah, the key thing is like not haggling, buying at the agreed price when you buy something. But if you trust the person who makes the stuff, and there are people out there who make lovely, magical stuff that you can buy. People like Alison Chikorsky, Frata, was it Ashton Chasten? People like that make lovely stuff, and are good magicians themselves. Who, that's people like that who I would trust to buy stuff off, for example. I mean, where possible, if you can make it, do it, and that's where I think why I wouldn't make incense. I wouldn't buy incense. I would always make my own incenses. I'll make my own oils. The things that you can do yourself, but the stuff that you can't, then get it from a good source. As I was jumping back to what I was saying, the tradition didn't really ever really end. It just kind of went a bit more underground, particularly with the whole development of the Western mystery tradition, where there was a very different model of magic being presented as the one that people were going for. But the 19th century, you're still seeing big magical stuff being done. You have really interesting texts. I mean, like in 1845 to 49, you have Das Kloster published in Germany, which is a 12-volume set of grimoire material. It contains things like the Abermelin, the Arbatel, the Grimoire of Pope Honorius, the 6 and 7 books of Moses, the Semiphoras and Shemonphoras. It's like, that's the middle of the 19th century. You've still got books being published and coming out at that time on the grimoire stuff. We had Frederick Hockley working in the early to mid 19th century, doing, working with like a female seer, doing like conjurations into the crystal. He had literally thousands of hours and pages of conjurations. He was huge on it, transcribing copies of grimoires and distributing them. Things like Dictionary Infernal, which, not really a grimoire, more a spirit list, but still coming out. I think first editions into different languages, like things going from French to Italian or into English, coming out at that time. And even new material or new collections of material coming out. You may have noticed on Facebook, Supreme Black, Red and Infernal Magic is being published shortly by Hadian, and that's was written by an Argentine writer in Buenos Aires in the early 20th century, and the Secret Grimoire of Turiel, 1950s. So the grimoire tradition has still been ongoing, and the last 20 years has been like a real renaissance of interest as people started, 20 to 30 years. The academic world started taking notice in the last 20 years, and there's more people producing good material, good stuff out there. Joseph Peterson has been amazing. His Esoteric Archives website and the books he produces are always top notch. Like every Joe Peterson book that comes out will be on my bookshelf. Myself and Stephen Skinner set up Golden Horde Press in 2004 and started the Sourceworks, the Ceremonial Magic series. We've been making stuff available from that, and there's lots of other good people who have been writing stuff. So, for the point, magic takes on the technology of the age as well as the religion of the age, I would suggest, and the internet age is great for the grimoire tradition because it's allowed the proliferation of so much more material and access to the material. You can buy stuff on Amazon or Abe or whatever it might be, and there are good groups discussing stuff. You can have intelligent discussion if you go to the right groups, get advice, meet like-minded people in a way that was not possible in the past. So in the sort of information technology age is actually, I think, now the best time for the grimoires. Another common ingredient in charms, I'll mention this because you'll see why, is honey, which has various properties. It's used also a lot in incense. And if you're a vegan, you then have a little dilemma of like, do I not use honey because I'm a vegan? I'll have to find things to substitute from it. So yeah, arguably you could, or you could take the view that I'm vegan, but the spirits aren't. So I throw that one into your court for anyone out there who is a vegan. I myself am vegan. It makes it so much easier when it comes to the fasting stuff. Just can't have meat, can't have fish, not a problem. Good for the old psychic sensitivity as well. So I'm not one of those rabid vegans who's going to preach at you. What is interesting with the different spirit lists is that over time names can change. They can be miscopied or mistranslated. So you might have more than one name for the same spirit. And if you do develop a relationship with a spirit, they might tell you a name that they want you to use to call them, which is kind of like having them on speed dial. So that is something I would never ask that the first time I worked with a spirit, but if I was building a relationship with a spirit over time, I would definitely say, is there a name you would prefer? Is there a particular seal you want me to use that will facilitate the process? Because, if you're doing grimoire stuff, I would say, I think quality over quantity is the way to go. You're not going to be doing stuff all the time. So when you do stuff, put in all the preparation, the purification, and do it well. It's like it was called the 6P principle: proper planning prevents piss poor performance. And so, have a good reason to do it, and then do it to the best of your ability. And like I say, it won't always go how you want it to, but sometimes it will be beyond what you expected. Other times it might not live up to expectations, but it's a really fun form of magical practice. What do you use honey with? Okay, I'm going to give you a crazy list now of what you can use honey with or for. Okay, Here's a libation, memory revelation spells. We've used quite a few memory spells. Love spells. Spells to improve male sexual performance. Healing spells. Conjuration of ghosts. Spells for people with authority. It's quite for friendship. So quite often used literally for sweetening people up. And again, that's something that I think you see in some of the ATRs. That's the use of honey is used in sweetening. It was often added to healing things because the quality of honey, you know, is can be used as the base to apply things onto this, you know, as part of the healing process. Yeah, it's used in a huge amount of different healing mixes. Incenses. Yeah. There's even one used in a spell for a good singing voice. I guess that would help your throat. To keep ghosts away. Let me look at the one for that. There's a few pages of honey uses. Conjuration of ghosts in the Sefer HaRazim. So it's more keep getting them rather than getting rid of them. Is there one for getting rid of them? Yeah, I misspoke. So it's to keep ghosts away. This is where one of those Solomonic pentacles would be a good thing, for example, to keep ghosts away. The 7 liberal arts thing is interesting because that was considered to be the university curriculum in the earliest universities. And sometimes there were replacements made, like rhetoric was replaced with medicine and grammar was replaced with necromancy, which I think is hilarious that necromancy is actually in there as one of the liberal arts. But necromancy then might not mean what you think of it now. Albertus Magnus, in the mid-13th century, he did Speculum Astronomiae, where he talks about different sorts of magic, and that was like a very influential book. And he described necromancy as working with talismans and suffumigations, i.e. incense, and invocations. And also using characters' names and exorcisms, what could be considered necromancy, but was less evil than using talismans. So working with, it's not, necromancy wasn't necessarily the dead, it was just more, you know, generally spirits. And you might think exorcism, but there's lots of different words for conjuration, for calling spirits. And if in different grimoires, all of the things I'm about to say are terms for calling a spirit. And a sight, a call, a citation, a clep, a coercion, a commission, a conjuration, an evocation, an exorcism, an invocation, a narration, a summoning. So all of those terms are all for conjuring, for conjuration. The term exorcism, when you see it used in the old text, means when they say they're exorcising the spirit, they're actually calling the spirit. They're not getting rid of it. That's a linguistic change that's happened. And that's something you need to be aware of when you're working with, you know, older texts, is to look at the language of the time because those linguistic changes can give a dramatic difference in interpretation. Like I was saying about, putting the model of our time onto the ancient time. So if you're really protected, someone attacks you, can you still feel it? Well, like a little annoyance. My experience is that sometimes you might just get like a little itch or something that tells you that, that somebody has attacked you. Or if I'm unconscious, if I'm asleep, I've actually had spirits I'm working with, or my personals, or my patron deity turn up and say, oh, by the way, someone's trying to attack you. And then I've woken up and done something to send it back. And then when I found out a day or two later, that person's gone really ill. So yeah, if you've got a good level of protection, it's like you can feel it, but it doesn't bother you. That's, I mean, I don't want to sort of go into that paranormal model of always assuming people are attacking you, because that, I don't think that's the case. But occasionally people do magically attack people, and some people, do have what we call the evil eye, that malefica, where they unconsciously direct a lot of negativity at people, which is a form of attack. So yeah, if you're well protected, I would say I just tend to I just feel like a little itch, like your ear itches, or in my case, one of my tattoos, which is like a protective one, just itches a little bit, and I think, oh, maybe someone's having a go. Either that, or I've got an itch. But on the times when I have been attacked, it's also itched. So, but I don't assume that every time I itch, it's an attack. So I hope that answers that. If you're well protected, then do that. Interesting thing for magical defense, because this is something I've looked at a lot over the years. If you know the system that someone is attacking you with, one of the most effective ways to deal with it is to defend yourself with a different system. So let's say that, for example, somebody who's a Wiccan is annoyed at you and they cast a spell. Using a Christian prayer is a really effective block. It's like it doesn't really get a handle on it. So yeah, so from the point of view of protection, if you have been involved in more than one system, more than one tradition over a period of time, and I mean properly involved, not just dipped your toe in, then a mixture of protection from a couple of different systems will basically keep pretty much everything out, I would say. Certainly been my experience. And if you do have relationships with spirits, if you have, where you do have a working relationship with spirits, they tend to know, they will know straight away if you're being attacked. Evoking, conjuring, they're both words for the same thing, which is basically calling up a spirit, as is invocation. This modern idea that invocation means calling in and evocation means calling forth. So for example, the Wiccan drawing down the moon is calling in and it's different. No, that's, if it works, that's spirit possession. That's a different thing. Invocation, evocation are basically both the same thing. And there's even convocation, but that's calling multiple spirits. So yeah, all of those terms, citation, exorcism, evocation, invocation, conjuration, are all the same. They're all basically making spirit contact. And the other side of things, assuming God forms, stuff like that, of modern Western mystery tradition is a different kettle of fish. There you're talking about trying to create a resonance with the energy of a particular deity, which still is a spirit. And to be honest, if you're going with like the classical gods, probably doesn't have any necessarily more energy than those spirits in some of the grimoires, or the angels or the saints. But you're trying to create a resonance and encourage a more personal contact with that. In the same way with drawing down the moon, it's like trying to make a spirit contact with the goddess. And I've seen more ego delusion in people doing the, drawing down the moon than pretty much anywhere else. So it's, self-honesty is hugely important for spirit work, because if you aren't honest with yourself, then the spirits certainly ain't going to be honest with you. You need to be aware of your limitations and then transcend them, and keep moving forward. Oh, okay, good question from Simone. You need to see or have the ability yourself. Would you, if you don't have the skill, would you spend some years developing them? Okay, when I started, I was told that the seer side of things was more, feminine and for women. So that immediately made me want to develop that side of my work, because I wanted to have like a balance in myself of masculine and feminine. That seemed very logical to like an 18-year-old David. So I did a lot of seer work. I did some possession work. And yeah, for me, I felt it was very worthwhile. Another thing is, like, if you feel you have zero skills, there are things from the point of view of the psychic side that you can do, which are, quite old practices. There's one example which I have done, and I know from conversations with Stephen that Stephen Skinner also has done, is having 4 bowls of water on the cross quarters of your magic circle. And when you do the license to depart, asking the spirit to knock a bowl of water over on the way out. And if it does, if one of those bowls goes over, damn well that spirit, that there was a spirit present, because it's just giving you a physical manifest result. So that's something that's mentioned, like I say, in old Jewish texts, going back to, I think Flavius Josephus talks about it in like the 2nd century. So it's, that's not a new thing by any means. Another is, to ask for I was done a thing of asking for a sign, where I've said like in water or flame, and the bowls haven't gone over, but there's been like a very specific shape, like the bottom of the candle when it was taken out of the candlestick that was remained before getting rid of it. It actually had a sigil on it, or the flames of the candle split visibly into 2 for no apparent reason suddenly while you're saying that bit in the license to depart. So putting something in where you specify, 1 or several signs for that departing spirit to, do as it goes, serves that function of A, showing that it's been there, and B, solidifying your mental, I would say magical fortitude that you are having success. So yes, you can do it without the psychic abilities and trust that it's worked. But if you're doing that, I think putting in those things like I've just mentioned, so that the spirit has actually been present, could be like a good way to add that factor in so that you know, yeah, okay, I didn't see it, but it turned up. If it's flame flickering, if it's like in a still room and it's like serious flickering, then yeah. I've also done the thing in the past where having one of the temples I used to have many years ago, I had a mirror on one of the walls, a big mirror. And on occasion, during conjuration, people couldn't see the spirit in the room, but they could see it in the mirror. And that was people who weren't even particularly psychic as well. They would see like a flush or a shadow in the mirror and go, whoa, okay, it's out there. I can feel it in here. I can't see it in here, but I've seen something in the mirror, so I know damn well it's here. So yeah, the mirror can be another good little thing. But if you are going to do that, keep it covered the rest of the time. Otherwise, they might, things might start thinking that they can look the other way through the mirror too. But that can be another good little way to keep your eye on, what's going on. I think that it is possible with one, but it's not preferable for the more complex stuff. For things like making your pentacles, you can do it with one. I've done the Olympic spirit stuff solo and it's worked fine. Things like Goetic stuff, Heptamerons, Sworn Book of Honorius, all the stuff like that. I go for like your 2 or 3 minimum. And there, of course, you have the thing of you need to have peers who you trust will also have put in all the work beforehand and not let you down by not doing all that's required for the purification, because if there's a weak link there, that's going to drastically reduce your likelihood of things going how you want them to. And so that is important. I mean, if you're working with people who are magical colleagues, magical partners, that makes life much easier. The people that you have a good relationship with. I've had people say, oh, will you do a conjuration with me? And they're people I barely know. And it's just like, no way. If I'm stepping in a magic circle with people, it's got to be people that, that I trust and that I know. Copper vessel with water and frankincense. Let me just see if I can find that for you, or at least find you the source. If I remember correctly, I think that that might actually be with my patron, Anubis. Yeah, it is. Supposed to keep pure for 3 days. Copper vessel, place rainwater in and burn frankincense. Conjuration of Anubis is spoken and a dismissal. So, I don't know if you've got a rainwater and you're supposed to purify for 3 days. You could try in a simple way. Do you have the PGM, Natasha? Because if you have the PGM, that's the reference. That's where you'll find it. That particular conjuration. I've actually done that one, and yeah, got good results. Anubis, as I say, is my patron deity and has been for the last 36 years. Another one that I did pact with and have tattooed on me. And of course, Anubis, big connection with spirits. He's the ruler of all the demons in the underworld in the Egyptian mythology. PGM, it's shorthand for Greek magical papyri. By Betts. If you don't have it, I can probably find you the quote of that little piece and send it to you. If you like, message me at the end, and I can, if you don't have the Greek Magical Papyri, I can see if I can find you that little section and send it to you. Okay, we kind of hit the Q&A slightly earlier than planned, but then we started 2 hours before planned. So are there any other questions people have before if I don't get any more, I'll go off on another random bit of practice stuff. But okay, random practice stuff it is. Something else that we see mentioned in some of the grimoires is purification of the voice. Obviously, if you're doing conjurations and you're saying divine names, which by and large, most conjurations have different names of God in, it's something to think about. There's 2 methods specifically which I mentioned, one of which is to gargle with holy water. Whether you make your own holy water or get a friendly Catholic priest or other priest to give you holy water, because you probably don't want to steal it, is up to you. Or of chewing a little lump of frankincense, which again is considered very purification, has been since time immemorial, really. Frankincense has all these wonderful qualities of being, anti this and anti that, so it's actually really not going to do you any harm and leave you with like a lemony fresh breath. But that's another example of something that's not mentioned in nearly all the grimoires, but I just think is a good little practice to throw in, particularly because if you are the person doing the conjurations, you may be using your voice quite a lot. So yeah, with a view to like caring for yourself, then, and from that point of view as well, also of course have some water and stuff in the circle. I mentioned earlier about food and wine, but also water. When I get more down to the mechanics tomorrow, we'll revisit some of the things I've been saying. But for now, I just want to throw in some of those like personal little things. Another thing I found in one of the grimoires that I always do is conjuration of the scryer, which is sort of like a blessing you do with the scryer before you sort of get into the actual conjuration proper, which I think is a really nice thing. Again, I've said I've not found it being negative. Anoint their eyes as well, close obviously with the oil. Anointing the crystal, something else that's not talked about in most of grimoires but is mentioned, either with mugwort juice or olive oil Or what you can do, that I have done in the past, is make a fluid accumulator, so an olive oil base with mugwort juice and a bit of holy water in, and then anoint the crystals. So you're like supercharging your crystal as a psychic receptor. Because of course mugwort tea is famous for, for helping with developing psychism and for lucid dreaming and stuff. And actually it doesn't taste too bad, which is good, because most herbal teas taste like crap, but mugwort tea is not too bad. Something like mugwort tea, which is not a psychoactive, is something that your seer could be drinking in the run-up period, for example, as well. That's not something that's going to like space somebody out or make their energies, if you like, unbalanced or have a negative effect on the ceremony. So yeah, that's I'll actually give you the seer conjuration stuff tomorrow if you want it. I'll put it into a document that people can get. It's going into the Grimoire Encyclopaedia. Oh, there you go, raspberry leaf and honey with mugwort. Thank you, Chris. Not tried that. I can see that the honey would be a good addition. It's not a huge fan of raspberry myself, but yeah. This is where, like I say, with the preparation side of things, a bit of knowledge of study of your attributions and symbolisms is good. So I'm going to just randomly pick a hypothetical thing now. So let's say planetary, we want to do like some planetary work with Saturn. Okay, Saturn. So we're going to work with the planetary spirit and intelligence of Saturn. We're going to do like conjuration of those spirits. So we might look up what oils and herbs and things are most commonly associated with them. And again, this can be a bugger because it can vary from text to text and be different herbals. What I've done in the Grimoire Encyclopaedia is I've listed all of the attributions given in all of the grimoires. So for any particular herb, you'll see whichever grimoires it's mentioned in and what it's attributed to in it. There are some where you will see it's repeatedly, most commonly the same, like frankincense is most commonly solar, for example. So you can go with like those, go with like where the dominant attribution things are. So using those oils of those or some of the herbs in your bath every day, wearing an appropriate essential oil, wearing appropriate planetary colours. Saturn is black, so for most people that's probably not very hard to wear black. You might even carry like an appropriate Saturnian stone, which you potentially could, depending on how things went, might end up being something that you could use as the basis for a seal, or you might actually mark Saturn. So what, Agil and Zazel, if I remember correctly, spirit and intelligence. All of those things are all part of your magical momentum. It's just, so because knowing your symbols and associated things should be part of your preparation. Before you begin, your very first step one, I want to do this for this reason. Step two, let's look at all of the associated things that I'm going to need, and let's look at all the symbolisms and things I can add in to make it as effective as possible, to boost that magical momentum as much as possible. And is there anything particular to those spirits that I need to know about? Of course, You would obviously also look at things like the timings. We're doing Saturnian, so obviously you're going to be going for Saturday, you're going to be going for the hours of Saturn, depending on what aspect of Saturn it is, whether you might be going for doing them during the days of light or during the days of the, the hours of light or the hours of darkness. Excuse me. And, adding all, the more appropriate things that you can add into the build-up, the more likely you will have success. I can't stress that enough. So much importance is there in doing that preparation. I would also say, for myself, as I've chosen this example with the planetary spirits and intelligences, they're not spirits where I do a confession. I've not ever found it necessary. The confession is when you're doing like the big angel stuff, or you're working with demons that you like haven't worked with before. But for the this example I've given, with the planetary spirits and intelligences, not found it necessary to do the confession. They really are at the sort of simpler end of conjuration, which is why I put them in kind of like next to Olympic spirits as good ones to be starting with. I actually did a pamphlet of conjurations of the planetary spirits from like a Renaissance text for Hadean Press, which you can buy for about £3, I think, which gives those conjurations of the planetary spirits. So, yeah, and during that build-up time, as I said, make note of anything, particularly in the dreams or insights or things that you have. You're probably going to be keeping a magical diary already, and maybe even a dream diary as well, or the dream diary might be part of your magical diary. So being aware and maybe taking extra note beforehand and then afterwards as well for a period of time, because if you don't get the immediate result you want, it's not unknown to get it through dream communication. That is one way that spirits quite often like to work. So if they don't give you an answer straight away, you may well find you have it in a dream. And it might not be the way that you expect it to be. It could be, you might have a dream of something that seems quite normal, and there's a person that you know, and then that person suddenly tells you the stuff. And then when you look at it, when you're awake, you realize, actually, that was that spirit communicating with me. They just happened to take the form of friend X or of Auntie Gladys or whatever it might be. But the more you work with spirits, obviously not just in the grimoires, but we're talking grimoires here, but generally doing spirit work, I think the more you become more sensitive to the subtle vibrations, if you like, and it's kind of like the web around you of life. And that's an important thing when you're doing conjuration stuff, is being sensitive to anything that's sort of tingling and seems out of the norm. Not to encourage paranoia, but spirit communication can be subtle sometimes. So I'm not talking about magical attacky type stuff, or do I think someone's having a go, but just unusual random events. I've known people do a conjuration and they've been walking down the street and they've just like found something that was like appropriate. I don't know. A friend, this is a funny example, but a friend doing some like hoodoo stuff, and he did it and walked down the street, and after he'd done it, and he found like a bottle top, and that bottle top had the name on it of one of the spirits that had just called on in his hoodoo thing. To me, that's a pretty clear sign. So I'm not saying try and force it, but be aware, that sign, so the way that signs manifest can be subtle, because most of the time, with a lot of the spirits, they're not generally in this realm all the time. This isn't their comfortable realm of being. So they're not going to be here the whole time to interact or to cause an effect, which is why through the dream state is a way. And this is also why the crystal or mirror are, I would argue, the optimum ways for conjuration. You'll see in a lot of grimoires it specifies you shouldn't call spirits. They won't stay for more than an hour. They're not comfortable for more than an hour. And I think it's because, okay, this is my theory on this. Like I say, our physical realm is not their natural place. So if they stay here more than an hour, they start to get uncomfortable, in the same way that if you were underwater after a few minutes, you would be uncomfortable. In fact, you'd start to drown. So if you are using that crystal or mirror as a gateway to communicate with them through, it becomes a lot easier to have sustained contact, and you can have more than an hour's interaction with them if more than an hour is required. Usually within an hour, you're going to have talked about everything that needs to be said. Well, as I mentioned earlier, that they're mainly, the nightshades are mainly seem to turn up as like in a bit of a dodgy way, incenses that the one text that has more of that than anything else is the Most Rare Compendium, which is a German text, quite late German text. And I'll just see if I can give you some examples. I mean, it's interesting, you do get some references to it. Okay, going through what I can see up. No, the fire was faulty electrics, which unfortunately screwed up our flat and we had to move. The nightshade plants, they don't really turn that much in the grimoire. When they do, they're often in incenses for spirits who tend to be like sort of demons, specifically on the demon side of things, or in charms to screw people over, or so the link really is the nightshades, I think, are seen as quite malefic or dark plants, and their use tends to reflect that. Do spiritual guides and spirits are the same, and how many different forms? That's what you want. I think spirit guides are not something that I'm hugely. They've kind of cut. I have had some come into my, and there have been people. Like I've had people who have died, who have been like temporarily come and told me stuff. So I think spirit guides are usually people, dead people who have lived, whereas spirits, by and large, are not and have never been human. In the grimoires, there are some traditions. Like again, I mentioned Commander earlier. It's believed that some of the Eshus and Pombagiras were human at one point, but but in dreams and things, they often do take a familiar. Spirits and spirit guides I think will both take a familiar shape, so that they can get the message across more easily. You know, someone or something you know is you're going to respond far more calmly to in a dream. It's not going to jar you than, okay, so that, you know, vaguely humanoid figure with a dragon's head and or a wolf's head that's talking to me it reminds me of going, what? So I think that yeah, I think that they do tend to take those sort of appearances. I think spirit guides will take the appearance of the person they are. Spirits can teach you stuff as well, particularly if it's going to be in their benefit for you to know it. You know, there's a, you know, because I assume, I don't have evidence either way, but my assumption is that as I believe that humans, that we can evolve, so can spirits. And therefore, if you have a relationship with a spirit, at times your evolution can contribute to the evolution of that spirit. When I made my pacts with the rulers of the elements many years ago, part of the pact I made was that anytime I called on, you know, elemental beings, I would do what I could to contribute to their evolution. And if I was told that there were particular things that were non-harmful that would contribute positively to the evolution of those elementals that were doing stuff with me, I would do it. And that went down very well. Let's say the elemental rulers liked that. So, yeah. So I sort of took that as evidence to support my, you know, working practice that, you know, spirits can evolve as well. There's a kind of, I don't know, evolve, flipping it on its head. In the Goetia, there's a lot of the spirits, you know, described as being fallen angels who are hoping to redemption after a certain number of hundreds of years or what have you. Which being the case within that model, which was more the compulsion model, the argument could be that because they had the sin of arrogance, that they have to practice humility and do what they're told to demonstrate that they're worthy to go back to heaven. That's just a me pondering. But you know, obviously that's written within a particular framework where compulsion is a more common thing, particularly with the demons, because they're considered untrustworthy within a framework where everyone's religious, which you've got to remember that religion was just accepted as being a fact. It's just the way the world was back in, you know, 1500s to 1600s. It wasn't like today where, you know, a large percentage of the population are completely indifferent to religion, you know, might only go to church, for example, if they're nominally Christian, for, you know, their christening, their funeral, and maybe a few weddings. You know. So from that perspective, yeah. Okay, see, we're hitting the 4.5 hour mark for today. So unless there's any more questions for now, we'll wrap it up and return tomorrow. And now I know that it's 2 o'clock my time tomorrow. We'll focus more on some of the individual grimoires and the actual mechanics of the conjuration process.